Let's see my videos and like
There.
No, I think it's. Yeah, if the computer is working, so. It's not. It's.
Yeah.
Hey, this room. And now you should be good to go. Oh, so that's right.
Betsy or Commissioner Camargo, can you hear me? Okay.
Okay, great.
Yes,
Can
we
we
can
talk?
hear you.
Test, test. Can you hear us?
Can you hear Commissioner Ruiz? Betsy said yes.
Keep it down in the back.
Like Commissioner Camargo, can you hear Commissioner Ruiz?
Test.
Yes.
Hi, Commissioner Camargo.
Hi, Commissioner. Yes, I can hear you all.
Okay.
Oh, you mean if you're going sound up, no audio, move on, it's not good. I know.
Okay, how about Commissioner Camargo, can you say something?
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Okay, so then everyone who's in the room, can you hear that? Are you guys able to hear when someone on the computer is speaking? You are? Okay, all right. And good morning. This is live. Okay,
All right. We can start whenever you are, we'll just need to work this film.
okay, good morning. I believe we are live. So making sure everyone can hear. I'll now call our meeting to order, recognizing a quorum of commissioners. I call the October 12th, 2023 meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order. This meeting is being held remotely pursuant to Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2022 and is being recorded. Commissioners Camargo, Stebbins, Roy, and myself are participating in today's meeting. All votes taken today will be by roll call. We have a full agenda today, and I will generally summarize. We will start with opening comments from commissioners and the approval of one set of minutes. Then we will have staff present the executive director and commission staff report before proceeding to staff license recommendations. There is one change of ownership application recommendation, 55 license renewal recommendations, 9 provisional license recommendations, 13 final license recommendations. There's 1 responsible vendor training recommendation, and there are 3 responsible vendor training renewals. There are 4 items in the commission discussion and vote section today, including the regulatory review discussion on delivery license types, an audit update, a discussion on our Boston office lease, and the 6th annual activities report. I will ask that commissioners wishing to comment or ask questions during any part of the meeting, please raise your hand to be recognized. And I want to thank everyone both online and here with us in person for your patience as we sort of got through some technical difficulties. But we're glad you're here, and we look forward to having a really good conversation today. So with those initial comments, I will turn things over to my fellow commissioners to offer any comments and or updates that they may have. We'll go in alphabetical order. I'll do this in reverse this month. So Commissioner Stebbins, if you have any comments or updates that you wish to make at this point.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Hopefully everybody can hear me. Good morning. You know, I usually start my commissioner comments with thanks to our talented licensing team for their help with preparing this list of renewals, final licenses, provisional licenses, and of course, with respect to RVT licensees and new RVT applicants. As I said during our regulatory meetings, as the public was watching us do our work, I think it's important for people to remember that our CCC team continued their work behind the scenes, doing investigations, processing licenses, tracking the latest research, assisting our medical patients, answering constituent calls, maintaining our management operations, HR, budget, producing information necessary to convey the commission's work, filing regs, and the work goes on. I'm truly appreciative of their talent, sense of teamwork, and incredible passion they bring to the job. every day. Just this past week, I had a chance to review some information, timely information around with respect to social consumption that our research team gave us. And I know firsthand our director of testing is helpful in assisting a licensee with an issue in our seed to sale tracking system. So now that we've returned to work, great to see our team both here and in the Boston office, and just want to express that acknowledgement of thanks to our entire team.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, good morning, everyone. I don't have comments written out, but I have a few thoughts that I would like to share. And first, I want to say we had an important day yesterday where Attorney Mike Baker and Director Mercedes Erickson filed the regulations that we worked so hard on as a team with the Secretary of State's office. So that was a milestone yesterday, and job well done by everyone here who made this happen at the commission. For us and our working group now, we have the important mission of pivoting to create the model HCA. I know this is a highly anticipated document. It's a critically important one. So we're ready to roll up our sleeves and get that done sooner rather than later. So again, I just want to say thank you to the team and especially Mercedes, who really kept the trains running on time for all of us here at the commission around the regs. I do want to say that Alyssa Stack will be moving on to our COO, will be moving on to a new opportunity, and Adriana Leon moved on. She was our CFAO, and I want to just say how much I admire both of these women who served in important leadership roles at the commission, and I'm sad to see two highly accomplished women. Personally sad to see them move on, but happy for them for new opportunities. I also want to thank NBC Boston. They invited me on their news hour to talk about medical cannabis efficacy research and the opportunities we have here in Massachusetts that we haven't really taken full advantage of. We do have a research license type. There's 8 applications. One is moved to the provisional stage. I think there's an enormous opportunity here in Massachusetts to advance cannabis medical research. If we get the right stakeholders at the table, I understand that there's significant hurdles that still exist with federal prohibition as Schedule 1, and a lot of our world-renowned universities and colleges and hospitals and life science infrastructure, may rely on federal dollars, and that may, pose significant challenges in the immediate. But we do hear about possible movement of rescheduling, which could open significant avenues for research. So I guess this is my public statement to implore us to get together and figure out how we move this ball forward for medical research. A lot of folks out there, and I hear it anecdotally, use cannabis. It is efficacious for them in a number of different ways, but we really need the science. Cannabis is an ancient plant that is in need of current medical research to understand both the potential medical benefits, medicinal benefits, as well as potential harms. So I was glad to be on NBC Boston News to be able to talk about it, and I'm glad to be able to talk about it today. And I look forward to somehow advancing the ball in Massachusetts. We can be a global leader in medical research, and I look forward to figuring out how we advance that ball. Also, I just want to also share, I did get an unfortunate call on the way up here, and I'm looking forward to today's discussion around delivery of license type, which is an important discussion for us to have. But I got a call today about a local micro business that is facing imminent closure and winding down because that license type has significant challenges, and that micro business could no longer wait on us to act. So while we talk about delivery, I think it's important, it's fair, it's equitable, and it's reasonable to also talk about micro businesses. We have a red line document ready to go that is written in red line. So I just want to say that in the near future, I think it's critically important that we also address, while we address delivery, we need to address micro businesses. While it's great to celebrate positive things, it's important for us as commissioners to also discuss things that are unfortunate. So having said that, I thank you for my time, and I look forward to today's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo?
Thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much.
Well, hold on, let me ask if the people here, okay, everyone can hear you. Perfect, go ahead.
Awesome. I'll speak a little loud. I'll use my cheerleader voice if need be. But good morning, and I will diddle to the comments this morning. Congratulations to our team on promulgating the regs, and thank you to the whole team, everyone who made that possible. I know we have a full meeting today, and I know that we have another one on Monday. I'm excited about. We'll be talking about social consumption. I know many of you know that Commissioner Stebbins and I have been working on that. So you'll hear a little bit more about that. But I did want to share just in before Monday and just while we're having these conversations, this summer, 3 staff members and myself spent 3 packed days in Oakland and in San Francisco to better understand what social consumption looks like in their state. Over that time, we met with state and local officials, including California's Department of Cannabis Control. We met with the San Francisco Department of Public Health, the chair that oversees the oversight of the committee in San Francisco. We met with Oakland, the Oakland Regulatory Commission, as well as licensees, legacy operators, equity applicants, advocates, patients, and other stakeholders out in Oakland and San Francisco. Myself, our Chief of Investigations and Enforcement, Yao Gibi, now our Acting General Counsel, Andrew Carter, and our Equity Programming and Community Outreach Project Coordinator, Akila Armstrong, attended that fact-finding trip. Each department will be significantly impacted by the rollout of social consumption, exclusively our equity applicants, and this obviously in the near future. And you may hear more about this on Monday. Commissioner Stebbins originally intended to lead another mission trip to Colorado, but that since transitioned to a series of virtual meetings and exchanges due to the limitations with the budget. In California, we were able to see firsthand the many different ways that social consumption takes place, from future karaoke bars to event spaces to other, folks who are going to offer entertainment, comedy shows, and outdoor lounges, of course, as well as indoor lounges. One of the things that I want to do throughout this process is really educate consumers, kind of curious folks, the public, anyone that's interested in this topic, because there's a misconception right now that social consumption only means a bar or a lounge. However, visiting so many business types in California helps our group to better understand the possibilities and to really imagine the full potential of this license type in Massachusetts. Sitting down with business owners and city leaders to discuss the success and the struggles of social consumption in California has been valuable and invaluable for us eventually here in order to roll out what social consumption will look like in Massachusetts. We need to ensure that we are welcoming establishments that will be safe for consumers and for the community, and really worthwhile the investment for potential owners and investors. We're going to talk about delivery today, and I know there's other topics that we also need to talk about, but as of now, only our equity applicants in Massachusetts have access to that license type. And I want to just say social equity, economic empowerment, micro business, and co-ops are part of that universe. Our time spent in California in spaces where social consumption is already happening allowed us to understand what these businesses can achieve and what hurdles we will have to overcome. We learned a lot. We met a lot of folks in 72 hours. We met with business owners that shared with us that, they needed to make $5 million a year in order to break even. That was a larger scale operations. That's a big burden. We want to make sure that the cost doesn't overweigh the benefits. Other partners explained to us about ride-sharing partnerships and the options, having cool down spaces, having food available, having CBD products available. We also heard about infused foods. And I think that, one of the things that we're seeing throughout the country is who is doing infused foods the right way, legally and a way that can be complied with their regs. So that's something that we are looking into. We're trying to gather more research and more information on that topic, and throughout the next few months, you'll hear more around that. Seeing a host of options offered by these businesses and the difficulties some still face on a daily basis goes a long way towards creating this license type and figuring out what the best fit is for Massachusetts. I want to thank everyone we met in Oakland and in San Francisco for opening the door, spending the time with us, really just breaking it down for us. And the same way that here at the commission, we open the doors for other states that have visited Massachusetts to learn from the legal cannabis industry that we have built here. In many ways, we're all in it together, seeking to find safe, effective, and equitable ways to expand this growing industry. I know Commissioner Stebbins and I look forward to sharing more details about our working groups findings at our next public meeting, which is on Monday. And we continue to ask the public to stay engaged and just help us, to stay hip and make sure that we can educate ourselves while we're creating this new license type for Massachusetts. So thank you for my time, Madam Chair, and I'll pass it on to you all.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. My comments this month will be relatively brief in comparison to some of my other opening comments during our meetings. I'm known for driving in and thinking on my way about sort of where we are, the space we're in, the work we're doing. And I recently, as some of you may know, I did an interview with WBUR to talk about the Cannabis Control Commission, the status of our work here, the agency, so on and so forth. And I want to just start off by just telling Commissioner Camargo and Commissioner Stebbins, thank you for your work on social consumption. There's a lot of focus on this area right now, and with good reason. I think that it's presenting a lot of new opportunities. So I want to thank you, Commissioner Camargo, for providing that update, because it was something that was touched on then. It's also been touched on in a lot of different conversations I've had throughout the community. The other thing I wanted to say is, we're all aware that there's added attention to our work here. And I think that that's an opportunity. When I first became a commissioner, at least for the first year, back in 2021, I noticed that we did a really good job of having conversations and having engagement with people who actually operated in the space. So whether it was someone who was seeking to be licensed or if they were consumers, there was a good amount of attention being paid to the Cannabis Control Commission and the work that we do here. But there was sort of a misconception that this industry, this agency, the way that it operates does not impact the Commonwealth as a whole. And I think that we've gotten past that point now, and it's due to the added attention, but I think that it's good because we are in such a unique space. We have such a unique opportunity here, but it touches the entire Commonwealth. And I think, when we get into our conversation today around delivery, that conversation will talk not only about the operator's perspective, but also about public safety, about what's best for the Commonwealth, and understanding our roles as public servants. So I want to thank everyone who's been a part of that conversation. I know we'll dive into that a little bit deeper, but we've met a lot of folks, we've had a lot of conversations, and I think it's timely that we have this conversation, especially because we've wrapped up, our drafting and the final vote for Chapter 180. I want to thank Director Mercedes Erickson for that notification, all of her great work in filing those regs. It's a really significant moment right now for the Cannabis Control Commission. It's a really significant moment for the work that not only us, the current commissioners, but the commissioners before us that have done to get us to this point. And I just look forward to continued conversations. As Commissioner Roy mentioned, HCA, the model HCA is priority number one. But I also think that there's an opportunity with micro businesses and any other sort of priority work that needs to come to the forefront. This is the time for that. We can have these conversations and the work continues. We've been doing the work. and the back end, not so much public facing, but it's great whenever we have an opportunity to present before the entire commission sort of what we've been doing, so the public is aware of the thinking behind it and the issues that we've identified, and having a really good comprehensive discussion. So with that being said, I will move on to the next agenda item. So the next item on the agenda is the approval of one set of minutes from the July 27th, 2023 public meeting. I will ask Commissioner Roy, can I have a motion to approve the July 27th, 2023 meeting minutes?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, can I have a second?
Second.
The motion has been moved and seconded, moved by Commissioner Roy, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. I will now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. We have 4 in favor, none opposed. The motion carries. I will now turn it over to our staff for the Executive Director and Commission staff report, who will be reporting on behalf of the Executive Director. And I believe I see Director Matt Giancola and Chief Sinclair, but Chief Sinclair, I believe that you are at least beginning this conversation.
Actually, do we have Andrew Carter, Acting General Counsel? He was going to give a update on our regulations.
I see Acting General Counsel Carter, please.
Yes, if I may, Madam Chair, thank you. So as some of the commissioners have discussed, the legal department filed our regulations with the Secretary of the Commonwealth. I would like to thank the filing division. They have been a very helpful resource for us answering our questions. So now it will be placed for publication in the registry. So once we have a official copy, we will post it to our website and we will distribute it as appropriate. And I just want to say thank you to all of the stakeholders for their participation in working on Chapter 180 and the very important policies that stem from there.
Thank you, Andrew. And so in a moment, Matt Giancola, our Director of Government Affairs and Policy, is going to share an update on recent outreach to the Joint Committee on Cannabis Policy. However, I wanted to provide a little bit of broader context as a follow-up to our last month's public meeting update. As noted, we have been tracking an increase in misinformation and disinformation about the agency. Again, we're hoping that this doesn't have to become a monthly update about misinformation and disinformation about the agency, but we certainly are remaining vigilant so that we can conduct outreach when needed. In this particular instance, concerningly, some misinformation was assumed to be valid by a few of our lawmakers, and we were concerned that if left unchecked, it could damage our ability to effectively advocate for budget and policy matters, recruit and retain high quality staff, and more generally, gain and maintain the public's trust. And so as these matters continue to appear before us, we'll examine and try to understand if it's a part of a larger campaign. But I think we are at the point where we are anticipating continued activity on this front, and we'll certainly aim to keep commissioners and the public updated as appropriate. But regarding the outreach to our cannabis policy, the Joint Committee on Cannabis Policy, I'm now going to pass it over to Matt, who can share a few more details.
Thank you, Cedric. Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. On September 25th, the Commission sent a letter to co-chairs Adam Gomez and Daniel Donahue of the Joint Committee on Cannabis Policy, clarifying and responding to a number of inaccurate statements made in public outlets and which were raised by a few legislators. In keeping with past practice, that letter is available on the Commission's website for the public's review. A few legislators raised a number of concerns about the Commission's operations that were unfortunately based on rumors, allegations, gross misinformation, and conjecture. We respectfully disagree with the assertions they make. While those legislators did not share their questions directly with the Commission, we felt it was important to answer each one so as to be as transparent and forthright as possible. Last week, Attorney General Campbell discussed our letter in a radio interview and indicated it has debunked those claims as well. The Commission will always prioritize public health and safety, and we were grateful to take the opportunity to clarify and share more information about the licensing, investigations, and enforcement framework the Commission follows to ensure all licensees comply with the law. Further, as a maturing state agency, the Commission is undertaking important processes to develop its governance structures, as other state agencies have done, and our letter shares more information about that too. In closing, I'd like to thank the legislators, advocates, and stakeholders for their important contributions to our work. The Commonwealth is a national leader in the regulation of a safe, equitable, and prosperous cannabis industry, largely due to their efforts. And every day, the commissioners and more than 100 commission staff who work tirelessly to protect public health and safety, promote equity, and continue to prove that not only is this agency not in crisis, but rather is a model that other states seek to emulate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Giancola. Chief Sinclair, are there any additional comments?
No, I believe that covers all. Next, we will have our Chief People Officer, Debbie Creek Hilton, provide an update regarding human resources at the Commission.
Thank you.
Chief People Officer Creek Hilton, are you on the line?
Okay, it looks like we might be having some difficulties as well. Is there another agenda item that maybe we can jump to and come back to Debbie when she returns?
Director Potvin, are you available?
Yes, I am. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. If we could move past, thank you. So as part of the normal public meeting executive director's report, obviously there's several slides that the executive director would normally go over from a data point of view stemming from our electronic licensing system, Mass CIP. I will be going over a couple of those slides, kind of showing the progress on some things. As always, there is an entire array of data points at the end of the public meeting packet that will be posted for public consumption. With that being said, I'll start on this slide. Right here, we have the different levels of licensure, including pre-certification and delivery endorsement for micro businesses, showing the total number of approvals at each one of these stages. A point of notification for the Commission is the commence operations number. You can see that 588 licensees have commenced operations since the first two in November of 2018, and that is showing a 32% increase over the same time last year. Next slide. On this slide, this is showing the entire life cycle of everything, every license application that's ever been submitted to the Commission for each type of licensure. As always, and as being explained in previous meetings, the goal is to move from left to right here for each license type towards that inevitable commence operations. A couple of numbers to point out for to highlight is one is our retailers are at 320. Another number that is not highlighted here, but has been growing since the onboarding of the INE's testing team, is the number of ITLs that have commenced operations, which now is at 14. And that number continues to grow and continues to move in a very seamless way. Other than that, I'd happy to entertain any questions from any commissioners that you might have on this.
Commissioner Wright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director Potvin. You mentioned the 32% growth. Are there certain license types that accounted for most of that 32%, or was it spread out? Was it more retailers, cultivation?
So not knowing the exact number, but my educated guess here is it would be retailers, cultivators, and product manufacturers, which tend to be the big three, which is what I like to call them, which really takes up besides ITLs, takes up the supply chain here in Massachusetts. So I would say the majority of that growth were most likely cultivators, retailers, and product manufacturers.
Thank you.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure. Thank you, Director Potvin. The licensing applications page is always interesting to read, and as you talked about, you want to see people move from left to right. Do you have the sense of, Yeah, we have a certain number of provisional licenses that are up today. What's the pipeline behind that start looking like? From your experience in terms of numbers, people making that initial inquiry, people moving to that kind of pending application, that first step phase.
Is it, and I think I need a little clarification, Commissioner said, are you talking about applications towards provisional licensure? Or are you talking about that population of provisional licensures, licensees that are trying to get into that next stage of building their building and moving towards final licensure?
Sure, no, appreciate it. You know, for clarity, that kind of entry point, like the people who are approaching us for the first time, what does that trend line look like based on your experience and your team's experience?
I would say there are still businesses that are applying for licenses every day. I would say I've noticed a little bit of a decrease in volume of new submissions over the last couple of months. To put my guess to it, it might be for a number of factors. One being the unknown about the commission's regulations regarding HCAs, based both on the applicant front and also the municipality front. But we are still seeing applications being submitted every day from businesses that are seeking to operate here in the Commonwealth.
Thank you.
Commissioner Camargo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to go back to the last slide, I just want to make a comment. I know we started having this brief discussion, but I just want to point out, and this is amongst us commissioners, at some point we need to have this discussion. Maybe it's a policy discussion down the line, but I keep looking at the marijuana cultivation numbers, right? We're at 116 commenced operation. Product manufacturing, we're at about 101. But, you know, just thinking about what does that mean? And I said this before, what does it mean for Massachusetts in terms of, you know, everything that we have out there right now in terms of cultivation, product manufacturing, just oversupply. We know the price of cannabis is going down, and then we just continue to have, you know, oversupply right now. So and I know that there's things in the regs that we can look at, but at some point I would really love to have the conversation, and I can think about it and maybe talk to our legal team and our compliance team to possibly, you know, just bring the conversation up, to start having the conversation, because if we don't start thinking about what does this mean for Massachusetts, you know, we could hurt the market in Massachusetts. So I just wanted to point that out.
Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is around closures, Director Potman, and surrendering or not renewing, or licenses that are revoked. And as I read the annual report, I see that we have 16 licenses that have either been surrendered, not renewed, or revoked, which is 2.8% of total licenses. Which is important as for commissioners for us to know that information. But instead of having it once a year in a report, I'm proposing perhaps that we have a slide that ongoing, so we have it in real time, that we know when I got a call today that one is imminently going to be surrendered. So I'm just, you know, wondering if we can, moving forward, we could have a line item or a separate slide that would alert commissioners to real numbers around surrenders, non-renewals, and revocations. Thank you.
Director Potvin.
Frozen?
Oh, no, I'm here.
Oh.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. That's a great suggestion, Commissioner Roy. That might have an impact on a couple of different teams within the commission. So I would ask that I'd be able to discuss that with them afterwards and be able to come back to you with a more fuller answer as to expectations moving forward. But I hear you loud and clear.
Thank you very much.
Now, Director Potvin, are there any additional slides or comments within this section that you wanted to discuss in this public meeting?
There's one more slide, just kind of that 30,000 foot level, which usually the executive director starts at the beginning, but just again, the 30,000 foot here. and it's timely because after this, I believe the next agenda item is to actually go into provisional license considerations or license considerations. So we right now currently have 5 applications awaiting first review. That's par for the course for the last couple of years, staying at a rate around reviewing around 14 days from submission, if not sooner. The benefit of that right now is that we also have a couple of new specialists that are on our team training. So they're going through it and performing their due diligence reviews and with our licensing analyst, Jamie Wakefield. So it might be a little bit longer, but they will still be timely responses to all applicants. We have 8 applications awaiting a supplemental review. Again, supplemental review is an application that has been submitted, been reviewed holistically by staff. A request for information was sent out to an applicant, and they have responded, hopefully with all the necessary information or clarifying information to help them move forward towards that provisional license stage. There are 9 applications for your consideration today for provisional licensure, and there are 13 licenses for final license consideration before you today. And with that, Madam Chair, that's the end of the data presentation today from staff.
Thank you, Director Potvin. So I will seed out, Debbie Hilton Creek. I wanted to check back in to see if you were able to rejoin us.
Yes,
Okay, perfect.
thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to take a second to echo the appreciation for the staff here at the Commission who are doing incredible work. And in spite of, some of the issues that are popping up every now and then, they are staying the course. They're supporting each other. We are in a place where all of our talent who are on board right now with us are focused, and we will continue to be focused so that we can complete the work that we have here and to make sure that we are carrying out the mission that we are supposed to be carrying out. So with that said, just quickly, I just want to go over some of the work that's going on in the HR department. I have drafted somewhat of a mission for the human resources team. This will be aligned with the Commission's mission at some point. And I just want to point out that our people are the force that drives our competitive advantage and growth. And if you take a look at the turnover rates for FY23, we were at 7.44%. This means that the staff is incredibly committed to the work that we're doing here. Low turnover rates in these times are very rare. So this is quite an accomplishment for the Commission that we're able to retain our talent. The fourth quarter, we had turnover rate of 5.79%. Understandably, some individuals chose to move on to other opportunities. And although we are sorry to see them go and sorry to lose talent, sometimes turnover is also good for the agency. Last month, our turnover rate was at 1.48%. So you can see there's a self-adjustment there. Next slide, please. These are all of our new team members from January through September. We thought we'd give a shout out to everyone to say welcome on board. We're happy to have them join the team, and we're looking forward to working with each and every one of them as we move forward. Thank you. Next slide, please. So a little bit about the hiring and budget impact. We did report last time on the budget impact and the hiring freeze that we had. And there was a question about some of the positions that this had impacted. And there were positions in the legal department, the investigations and enforcement department, finance, and IT. We're currently working on budget for FY25. So I am going to, I believe Alyssa will be reporting on budget and the process that we're in right now. So I won't touch on that at all. Assumptions versus facts. I thought this would be a nice little bit of information to provide to the commission, commissioners, and to the staff and public. It is a fact that every time we lose someone, it takes 2 times the employee's annual salary to replace that individual. So there are costs associated with losing employees, and there are costs associated with retaining employees, but retention is always the best way to go. Another fact is replacing high-performing talent, and I can tell you that since I've been on board, I have recognized that we have a lot of talented and brilliant people here. The cost of replacing those individuals would be 3 times the annual salary. And another fact for high performers, and I know that you are aware of a lot of the high performers that we have here. You see them at public meetings, you see them getting ready for these public meetings, the production that goes into making this happen. These high performers, it will be they are 400% more productive than average performers, and it will cost 3 times the annual salary or more to replace high performers. So I just wanted to put that out there, because we have an incredible team, and it is in our best interest to make sure that we retain them. Next slide, please. I thought I would present a little bit of our employee demographics. As you can see, we have 70 females, 63 males, and we do have some percentages here, so you see where they fall. We have 73 employees in the white category, Black, African American 18, Hispanic, we have 13. Not specified, these are the people who choose not to be identified, and we have 3 Asians. To the right, that pie chart that you see is the breakdown in terms of percentage in each category. I think it's a good idea to keep an eye on these as we become a more diverse organization. This allows HR to focus on the areas where we need to focus in terms of bringing in diverse staff and diverse talent. The management is also presented here in terms of the breakdown, the demographics for management. We have 16 male, 24 female. Black, we have 10, white 25, Asian 1, American Indian. This doesn't necessarily mean that there is 0% of American Indian. It just means that there's a possibility that the numbers were too low to be included in the breakdown. Hispanic, Latino, and 1 other that's not specified. Next slide, please. So there are a lot of activities going on in human resources, and I just wanted to point out some of the areas that make us successful, and that creates a really healthy culture and a positive puts a positive spin on our financials in terms of our labor force. So celebration of successes is one of the areas that we probably need to give a little bit of attention to. We need to celebrate more our successes. We need to celebrate each other, celebrate our teams, because they're doing incredible work. I can't emphasize that enough. Collaborative, inclusive culture. We need to work on our culture in terms of improving our culture, advancing our culture, aligning our culture with our mission. That's work that is going on right now here at the Commission. Employee engagement, engaging our employee more is something that's needed, and that is something we're working on as well. Health and wellness, ensuring that our employees have a healthy environment to come to work, and that they're feeling safe and happy. And I know that may sound like a cliche, but if employees are happy, then we're productive, and we're meeting our goals, and we're meeting our mission. We have low turnover. That speaks to our ability to retain talent and to do the hard work that needs to get done. Recruitment and retention of high-performing talent and teams. We do have a lot of those high-performing talent and teams here at the Commission, and training and development. So what's going on behind the scenes with HR? Working on culture and wellness, policy review and standard operating procedures. We need to draft those, put those in place, push them through the approval process so that we have more clarity around the work that is going on, how it gets done, and who is responsible for making sure that that work gets done. Succession planning is another area that we need to look at. This is very important to this commission on so many levels. So that's another area that human resources will be focusing some attention on. Training and development, training of managers, employees, making sure that we have the right onboarding process in place when we are welcoming new staff to the team. Employee engagement, and as I mentioned before in the other category, that employee engagement and high employee engagement is important to the way we treat each other, the way we respect each other, and the way we collaborate as a team to get the work done. And lastly, compliance. Compliance is a big area in HR. Everything that we do in HR just about is driven by an employment and labor law. And so there's a lot of compliance work that goes on in HR that needs to continue. So I just wanted to give a quick snapshot of some of the work that goes on in HR and some of the plans that we have to put forward in the coming months.
Thank you so much. Well, Chief Hilton Creek, I am glad that you were able to give us this update, come back. I know there were a little bit of technical difficulties, but we are, we're better with that information. I want to thank you because in the short span of time that you've been here, you have really understood the Cannabis Control Commission and got right to the work of the culture here and understanding the different dynamics at play. I think you referenced something that I've talked about a lot. I talk about it frequently when I'm out and about my first impressions of the Cannabis Control Commission when I became a commissioner. And it's evident that there are people who are dedicated to the work of the Cannabis Control Commission. They're here because they're purpose-driven, because they understand the mission, and because they want to push us forward. So I echo that sentiment completely. It's really obvious, even in the last few months. I hope it's obvious to anyone on the outside looking in, the amount of work that goes into every aspect of the agency here. And the fact that there were so many people not only willing, but being proactive and wanting to work on additional work on top of their regular responsibilities to make sure that we met our regulatory deadlines, that we had really comprehensive conversations. So I want to also take this moment to thank the entire staff for the work that they've done and the work that they've done for years now. But I remain incredibly impressed by our team here because they're incredibly smart, incredibly dedicated, and I agree with you. They deserve some recognition for their individual successes, but also their successes as a whole. I was a staffer for many years in the Senate, and I know the amount of work that often doesn't go noticed because you're working so long that the product might not be with your name at the beginning of it or at the top. But I just want to thank you, Debbie, for that. There's a few things also. When we were discussing the return to office policy and those considerations months and months ago, I had an opportunity to meet with each team here at the Cannabis Control Commission. and I found it really, really insightful. I think that now that we've gotten past the hurdle of filing our regulations, I do want to take an opportunity to meet with each team again. So I will have a conversation with all the chiefs as well, and we can speak and get some updates about what the priorities are that you all see. But I also want to make sure that each team has the ability to talk. You know, it might not be one-on-one. We'll have small groups, but I wanted to say this on the record because I plan to have Kate Flanagan coordinate those conversations. Because I think another component of this is making sure that the commissioners are able to have that direct engagement and understanding some of the things that we might not see in our roles on a day-to-day basis. So I will stop there. I will see if any of my fellow commissioners have any additional comments that they wish to make at this point. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to thank CPO Hilton Creek. She just joined our team a few months ago and a couple of months ago, and she's hit the ground running. And I want to thank her for her leadership. And I want to thank her for really stressing health and wellness and a positive work culture and wellness. I think those are critically important aspects of any job. And as a public agency, we are held to a higher standard. And thank you for being such a proactive standard bearer, because it's so important. Physical health, mental health, everybody's health. We work in a positive environment, and I think we all want that at the end of the day. So thank you so much, CPO Hilton Creek. I truly appreciate the efforts you've already put in to the commission.
Thank you.
Commissioner Stebbins, Commissioner Camargo, any additional comments?
If I can just add, thank you, CPO for this report. And, you know, as we encourage all of our licensees to adapt and create a diverse workforce for themselves, it's great to see that, you know, we're kind of walking the walk and talking the talking, doing that internally. And Debbie, I think we also have one veteran on the team, at least, who I can count, and that's you. So thank you for your good work since you came on board. Greatly appreciate all the effort.
Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Commissioner Camargo?
I'll just say ditto, but I did have a question. In the management numbers, are commissioners included in those numbers? I'm just curious.
No.
Okay. Okay.
No, you're not
okay.
included in those numbers.
That's good to know. And I love the first bullet point where we say celebration of success. And you know, I love this job. I love what we do. I love who I work with. I love the policy topics that we're, you know, working on and what we're doing for this industry. I really do. And I think the celebration of success, you know, we got to figure out what that means so that we can all stay healthy, but also continue to do the work that we do here. And Commissioner Concepcion, you said this from the beginning, right? Is sort of working on culture at the commission. So thank you for bringing this forward. I don't think we've ever had such a comprehensive update like this. So thank you, and I will welcome it every quarter or something like that to kind of keep us, you know, posted on this, because you all know this. We run around crazy, and at times we don't have time to get every single update and what's happening and how many folks are here and what's the breakdown. And so this is just very, very insightful. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. And the other thing I wanted to know, welcome to everyone who has joined the Cannabis Control Commission within the last year. I was going through that list that you put within the slides, Debbie, and I'm happy to say that I've met a good amount of those new team members. But if I haven't already, I look forward to having these conversations with you, and welcome to the team. I also want to take an opportunity now to salute our Chief Operating Officer, Alyssa Stack, who I know is leaving in the very near future, but she is one of those really valuable members of the team who has done a lot and has really, she is an example of when we talk about someone being dedicated to the work and the overall mission and going above and beyond, even if it's not public facing. I just wanted to take an opportunity to also just thank her and tip my hat to her. It's been an incredible experience working with Alyssa, but also so many others. I know I've said this on the record about, I will say names. I won't do this today. I'm not going to list the names of staff, but I've learned a tremendous amount from the institutional knowledge that the staff carry here. And just their ability to really break down really complex information. So again, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So with that said, and I will ask Chief Sinclair, are there any, or Chief Hilton Creek, if there's any remaining slides in this component of our meeting today?
No, that should be the end of our slides for this component. Next would be licensing decisions.
Okay, thank you so much. That was a really good update, and I agree. The human resources update, it's a really good addition to our conversation, and I also think that it helps for anyone outside looking in to understand the dynamics of the CCC and who's actually working here. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and with that, the next agenda item, staff recommendations on changes of ownership. We have Suko Defoe, I believe, presenting on behalf of licensing today. Good morning, Suko.
Good morning.
So I will give you the floor to present the change of ownership application.
Okay, thank you. The licensee here is H&H Cultivation LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership.
Oh, wait.
Okay,
Sorry. My bad. Sorry, my bad.
Ready?
Yes.
Yeah, my fault.
Okay. The licensee here is H&H Cultivation LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over one adult use license and are requesting to add 3 individuals and 2 entities. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request. And if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Suko. Commissioner Camargo, I have a motion to approve the change of ownerships. There are no conditions there. So just a motion to approve the change of ownership articulated by Suko Defoe.
So
For
moved.
H&H Cultivation LLC. So moved. Commissioner
So
Roy,
moved.
can I have a second, please?
Second.
The motion's been moved by Commissioner Camargo, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Are there any questions or at this point? Okay, so I will now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. We have 4 in favor, none opposed. The motion carries. So next on the agenda is staff recommendations on renewals. Suko Defoe, hand it over to you, please.
Okay, normally we do these in batch. We have 52 adult use renewals and 3 MTC renewals for your consideration.
Now for these renewals, I believe Commissioner Stebbins has conditions on 2 renewals here.
Sure.
So that is number INSA and MedMed. 30 and 33. I will take a motion from 1 through 29, 31 and 32, and then 34 to 55.
Should I have a couple comments? That's fine.
And Commissioner Roy, please, you have a few comments, please.
Thank you. Before we entertain a motion, I just want to highlight a couple of the renewals, specifically Berkshire Roots. They have a great partnership, and personally, I've served on a board at a local community college, and I see such value in the community college and what an asset they are to Massachusetts. And we have so many of them spread out throughout the Commonwealth, many of them in areas of disproportionate impact. And Berkshire Roots is partnering with Berkshire Community College, which in a Bridges program, which I think is incredible. They also mentored Zip Run, And so they did a lot of collaboration and partnership and mentorship with Zip Run, which I thought was great. And they prioritized hiring veterans and persons with disabilities, as did Community Care Collective, hired 7% persons with disabilities. So I just wanted to comment and commend both of them for their work around these areas.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Are there any other comments? Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure, just, I would echo that. The community colleges I know in Holyoke, they've been an incredible partner in terms of offering classes and opportunities for people to enter this new industry and get the training that they need to make them a viable candidate for many of the positions that are open. You know, as I go through renewals every month, it's remarkable to see the level of success. I know Commissioner Camargo was always great about giving a shout out to those that are doing great work, and she would pull some examples out in her review of renewals. I go through the renewals as well with our licensing team. There are some folks doing some really great work out there, meeting their positive impact goals, meeting their diversity plan goals, and even when they don't find success, they're adjusting their plan to kind of meet some of the new realities. So, and we certainly encourage them to do that as opposed to kind of sticking with some old practices that may not be offering them as a licensee success, but also, you know, positively impacting communities that have been disproportionately impacted. So echo Commissioner Roy's comments about the value of the community college role in helping to stand up this industry. And again, to acknowledge as we go through renewals every month that there are some licensees that are really doing some extraordinary work.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Are there any other comments? All right. With that said, Commissioner Roy, I have a motion to approve the following renewal roster. Items 1 through 29, 31 through 32, and 34 through 55.
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, is there a second?
Second.
Okay. I'll now call the roll. Commissioner Camargo? Sorry, Commissioner Camargo, I couldn't hear you.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye, 4 in favor, none opposed. Next, for items 30 and 33, Commissioner Stebbins, I have a motion to approve the renewal roster for 30 and 33, subject to the conditions articulated by you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Let me just read those conditions from my colleagues. The first one is for INSA, renewal application number MCR 140588. The proposed condition is within 30 business days of license renewal, clarify and update report on compliance with positive impact plan and compliance with diversity plan with activities since last renewal date in accordance with 935 CMR 500-1034B and provide any update to the CCC licensing division. The condition for the second renewal applicant is MedMen Boston LLC, renewal number MRR 206538. That proposed condition is within 30 business days of license renewal, clarify and update report on compliance with positive impact plan and compliance with diversity plan with activities and any related data since last renewal update in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1034B and provide any update to the CCC licensing division. Just to offer some clarity to those licensees, INSA is a licensee operating primarily in Western Massachusetts, looking at their compliance with their positive impact plan and compliance with diversity plan. I found a number of their activities might have been outside the kind of yearly renewal date, and some of the dates of their activities might have been a little outdated. So we're asking them to update any new activities since their last renewal. For MedMen, somewhat the same condition. MedMen has been operating, I believe, in Boston since 2021, and I think I can say that I found their responses to their compliance with positive impact plan and compliance with diversity plan lacking, and would really like for them to have the opportunity to update us and the commission team on their activities since their last meeting.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. So I'll ask again, and I'll be mindful next time to actually get the conditions on the record. Okay, so I'll rephrase the motion again. So Commissioner Stebbins, can you offer a motion to approve items 30 and 33, subject to the conditions articulated by your Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been moved by Commissioner Stebbins, seconded by Commissioner Roy. I will now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. We have 4 in favor, none opposed. Before we go into provisionals, I would like to take a 10-minute break, just so that do a brief break and then come back at 11:41, if that's okay with my fellow commissioners. Okay, so I will ask Commissioner Camargo, will you please offer a motion to recess for 10 minutes until 11:41, please?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, can you please have a second?
Gladly, seconds.
I get it. Okay, Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. We are recessed until 11:41. All right, we are back. I just wanna, oh, there you go, go Defoe. So we left off on provisional licenses. So Super, please walk us through the staff recommendations on approval of provisional licenses.
Okay, first up, we have Build a Life Legacy LLC. The proposed location is 536 538 River Street, located in Boston. They received expedited review as a social equity participant and are seeking a retail license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request. And if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. I didn't receive any conditions for this license, but I want to just make sure
None for me.
there are none. Commissioner Camargo, or did you have any conditions on this? No. Okay, so at this point, Commissioner Camargo, can you offer a motion to approve the provisional license for Build a Life Legacy LLC, MRN 284875?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
The motion was moved by Commissioner Camargo, seconded by Commissioner Roy. I will now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. 4 in favor, none opposed. To go.
The applicant here is Burn Bright LLC. The proposed location is 1 Cabot Street, Unit 8, located in Holyoke. They received general review and are seeking a cultivation Tier 1 indoor license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Sue. I believe there are 2 conditions for this provisional license application, one from Commissioner Roy and another from Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Roy, do you mind stating your condition?
Sure. Burn Bright LLC, cultivation tier 1 indoor. Prior to final licensure, please inform the commission of your additional operational plans for indoor marijuana cultivators as it relates to quality control samples in accordance with 935 CMR 500-120-12 and 935 CMR 500-120-14.
Thank you, Commissioner
Thank you.
Roy. Are there any questions on that condition? Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure, thank you, Chair. My proposed condition is prior to final application for licensure, contact CCC Licensing Division with an update to confirm your training and recruitment partners in eligibility to support your activities in accordance with 935 CMR 500.101 1C8K. Just for offer some clarity again, they have a hiring and recruitment plan, which includes engaging with our state mass hire centers. I've said in the past that because they get federal funding, they might not be eligible to support your activities. So please confirm your training and recruitment partners that might have an impact on your approach. Are you going to find and solicit and attract employees? But that's the genesis of that motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, may we please have a motion to approve the provisional license for Burn Bright LLC MCN 283849, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioners Roy and Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, do I have a second?
Second.
Motion's been moved by Commissioner Camargo, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. I'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye, 4 in favor, none opposed.
The applicant here is Community Growth Partners Boston LLC, doing business as a Rebel. The proposed location is 591 Albany Street, located in Boston. They received expedited review as a woman-owned business and are seeking a retail license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Subo. Are there any conditions on this license?
I have a comment. I meant to say this at the beginning of the provisionals. I always like to, when I go through them, to see if they're SP, EA, woman-owned, general applicant. And this month we had 4 SCP, which is wonderful, and 1 woman-owned, which is this one, which jogged my memory. And 5 of them, I believe, were from Boston. So I just wanted to kind of just point those facts out. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Roy, can you please offer a motion to approve the provisional license for Community Growth Partners Boston LLC MRN 284256?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
The motion was moved by Commissioner Roy, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. I'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'll just say really quickly before I say my vote. Also, going through these provisional licenses, it's always great because you get to see where some of the donations are going to. And in this particular license, they will be making a donation to ROCA, a nonprofit organization based out of Chelsea and Boston that works with returning citizens and proven risk youth and families, and they provide wraparound services. And this particular positive impact plan details the plan for them to make a donation towards their expungement services. So always good to see. And aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. 4 in favor, none opposed. Go.
The applicant here is Elevated Roots 3 LLC, doing business as Elevated Roots. The proposed location is 1423 Bedford Street, Unit 4 and 5, located in Abington. They received general review and are seeking a retail license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Subo. I believe there's one condition for this license from Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. My proposed condition is prior to final application for licensure, review and update diversity hiring goals, diversity plan based on statistics of host community and region, and not only based on overall state statistics, in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1011C 8K, and provide any update to the CCC licensing division. Just point of clarity, and I've offered similar condition motions before, really encourage our licensees to develop their diversity plans around their host community, around their region. I think that positions them well for success when it comes to updating the commission on their progress toward their goals, as opposed to just using very broad, generalized state demographic statistics.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Are there any other conditions before we move to the motion? Okay. Commissioner Camargo, may I please have a motion to approve the provisional license for Elevated Roots 3 LLC MRN 284995.
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
The motion was moved by Commissioner Camargo, seconded by Commissioner Roy. I'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. We have 4 in favor, none opposed.
The applicant here is GasBus LLC. The proposed location is 321 West Grove Street, floor 2, Unit 6, located in Middleborough. They received expedited review as a social equity participant and are seeking a marijuana delivery operator license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Subo. I believe there is one condition, and that is from Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Stebbins, do you mind sharing your condition, please?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. There's 2 conditions for this license applicant. First of all, great to see a delivery operator applicant. The first proposed condition is prior to application for licensure, contact CCC Licensing Division and provide any update to identify goals for hiring residents with disabilities and LGBTQ+ residents under licensee's diversity plan in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1011C8K. The second proposed condition is prior to final application for licensure, contact CCC Licensing Division and provide an update to identify any goals for using LGBTQ+ business enterprises and disability-owned business enterprises under the licensee's diversity plan in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1011C8K.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Are there any additional comments or conditions with this license?
I don't have a condition, but I do have a comment that it's great to see another delivery operator get to this phase of licensing. And I just want to compliment them because I enjoyed reading their delivery plan, including their consumer education. And I've spoken about this in the past, that a delivery operator essentially is a retailer on wheels, and they are required under our regulations to have readily available consumer education. So I have to say this was one of the most robust, thorough delivery plans, dispensing plans that I've read from a delivery operator. I think they did a really thoughtful and thorough job, and I just want to compliment them on that.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Stebbins, I will now seek a motion from you. Is there a motion to approve the provisional license for Gas Bus LLC NDA 1320, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
The motion was moved by Commissioner Stebbins, seconded by Commissioner Roy. I will now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye, 4 in favor, none opposed.
The applicant here is Herbal Power LLC. The proposed location is 329 Columbus Avenue, Unit 1, located in Boston. They received expedited review as a social equity participant and are seeking a retail license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Are there any conditions or comments for this license? Okay, seeing none, Commissioner Camargo, I will ask, is there a motion to approve the provisional license for Herbal Power LLC, MRN 284973?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
The motion was offered by Commissioner Camargo, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. I will now do a call the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye, 4 in favor, none opposed.
The applicant here is Kerr Retailers LLC. The proposed location is 461 Boston Road, located in Springfield. They received general review and are seeking a retail license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. I believe there is one condition on this license, and that is from Commissioner Roy.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. For Kerr Retailers LLC, prior to final licensure in accordance with 935 CMR 500-140-6G, please include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline on your consumer education.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Are there any additional comments or conditions for this license? Okay, seeing none. Commissioner Roy, is there a motion to approve the provisional license for Core Retailers LLC, MRN 284652, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
The motion was moved by Commissioner Roy, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. I will now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye, 4 in favor, none opposed.
The applicant here is UC Retail LLC, doing business as United Cultivation. The proposed location is 476 Main Street, located in Bolton. They received general review and are seeking a retail license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Suko. I believe there's one condition for this license, and that's from Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For UC Retail LLC, prior to final licensure in accordance with 935 CMR 500-146G, please include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline on your consumer education.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Are there any additional comments or conditions for this license? Okay, seeing none. Commissioner Camargo, please offer a motion to approve the provisional license for UC Retail LLC, MRN 284774.
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been moved by Commissioner Camargo, seconded by Commissioner Roy. I will now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. 4 in favor, none opposed.
The applicant here is Underground Legacy Social Club LLC, doing business as Underground Legacy LLC. The proposed location is 1379-1385 Blue Hill Ave, located in Boston. They received expedited review as a social equity participant and are seeking a retail license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Suko. Are there any conditions or comments on this license? Okay, seeing none. Commissioner Stebbins. May we please have a motion to approve the provisional license for Underground Legacy Social Club LLC, MRN 284914.
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, is there a second?
Second.
The motion was moved by Commissioner Stebbins, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. I will now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. 4 in favor, none opposed. And I believe now that brings us to staff recommendations on final licenses. Before I hand it over to you again.
Okay, so again, these are usually done in a roster, and today we have 12 adult use final licenses and 1 medical final license.
Thank you, Suto. I just want to confirm there were no conditions or comments on the final licenses. And seeing none, Commissioner Camargo, is there a motion to approve the final license roster from 1 to 13?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
The motion was offered by Commissioner Camargo, seconded by Commissioner Roy. I'll now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
I just want to say before I say aye, congratulations to these final licenses. You know, at the end of the day, this is why we're here, is to get these final licenses to the finish line. So it's just really good to see these today, and my vote is aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. 4 in favor, none opposed. Thank you, Suko. Suko, are you also, okay, I was gonna ask if you're handling this as well. Thank you.
Yes.
So now on to the staff recommendations on responsible vendor training renewals.
The applicant here is Next Chapter Solutions LLC. They are seeking a 2-year certification to provide basic core curriculum training in the Responsible Vendor Training Program. They plan on providing virtual training environments. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend Commission approval subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Suko. Commissioner Rich, did I say a hand?
Nope.
No.
My God.
Oh, okay, all right. Are there any questions or comments on this? Okay, I will ask Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion to approve the staff recommendation on the responsible vendor training for Next Chapter Solutions LLC, RVN 453179?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
The motion was offered by Commissioner Roy, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. I will now do a call the roll. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. 4 in favor, none opposed. Next, we have staff recommendations on responsible vendor training renewals. Also, I have a new appreciation for every chair that has been in this seat. This is a lot of words. So hats off. But Suko, I hand it over to you, please.
The applicant here is Anthony Bartuca. He is seeking to be renewed as a certified responsible vendor trainer for an additional 2-year certification to provide basic core curriculum training in the responsible vendor training program. They currently offer virtual trainings. Since their original certification date, they have provided instruction for 3,740 marijuana establishments and medical treatment center agents. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend Commissioner approval for this renewal, subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Suko. Are there any questions or comments on this application?
Not on this one particularly, Madam Chair, but RVT in general. Commissioner Stebbins and I recently had the opportunity to take RVT. So we took the RVT class. So I just want to, say that I enjoyed it and it was great dialogue. Learning about how RVT is presented and also offering some recommendations. And I look forward to taking one in the advanced core curriculum as well. So I just wanted to share that we did take it.
All right. Okay, and with that said, Commissioner Camargo, is there a motion to approve the responsible vendor training renewal for Anthony Bartuca, RVR 453140?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
The motion was moved by Commissioner Camargo, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. But now do a call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
I just want to make a quick comment, just for fun purposes. Commissioner Stebbins, Commissioner Roy, I want to see your certificates from RVT training. Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Okay. Suko.
The applicant here is Cannabis Trainers. They are seeking to be renewed as a certified responsible vendor trainer for an additional 2-year certification to provide basic core curriculum training in the responsible vendor training program. They currently offer virtual trainings. Since their original certification date, they have provided instruction for 5,545 marijuana establishments and medical treatment center agents. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend Commission approval of this renewal, subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Suko. Are there any questions or comments on this application? Okay, seeing none, Commissioner Roy, is there a motion to approve the responsible vendor training renewal for cannabis trainers, RVR 453138?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
The motion was moved by Commissioner Roy, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. I will now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. 4 in favor, none opposed.
The applicant here is Stoker Consulting, LLC. They are seeking to be renewed as a certified responsible vendor trainer for an additional 2-year certification to provide basic core curriculum training in the responsible vendor training program. They currently offer virtual trainings. Since their original certification date, they have provided instruction for 3,521 marijuana establishment and medical marijuana treatment center agents. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend Commissioner approval of this renewal, subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Suko. Are there any questions or comments on this application? Okay, seeing none, Commissioner Stebbins, is there a motion to approve the responsible vendor training renewal for Stoker Consulting RVR 453136?
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been moved by Commissioner Stebbins, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. I will now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. We have 4 in favor, none opposed. Suko Defoe, I believe that brings us to the conclusion of this portion. Are there any comments that you wish to offer at this time?
I just want to thank all of you for having me here today. It was good to
Thank
see
you
you.
so much, Suko. Always good to see you. Okay, so
Thank you.
at
Thank you.
this point, I feel like this is a good time to have lunch, maybe a 30-minute lunch.
Sure.
So we will recess for, we'll 33 minutes, just to even it out. So that brings us to 12:50. So Commissioner Roy, can I please have a motion to recess for lunch until 12:50?
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Roy, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye, 4 in favor, none opposed. We are recessed until 12:50.
I'm muted.
Commissioner Camargo, can you hear Alyssa?
Can you all hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay,
Megan,
I
wanna
just,
say something?
I was trying to read your lips, but
Can you hear Megan?
Megan, try again.
Hello.
Yes.
Okay, so you might have to just project. Okay, and we're already live, so I don't have to, there's no countdown, so we are here. Okay, so the next portion of our meeting today is commission discussion and votes. So there are 4 things on the agenda. The first being the delivery license type conversation, the second being the audit update, third, Boston office lease discussion, and lastly, the annual activities report. So the first thing we will discuss is the delivery license type conversation. And I will start the conversation and then segue for Commissioner Camargo to make her comments and go through the presentation. So the Cannabis Control Commission, as we all know, had a vision for delivery licenses in the Commonwealth since the very first drafting of regulations in 2017. And this was done with the intention of combating the unregulated operator market, competing with the legal industry, to promote access for patients and consumers, and to offer a lower capital license type as another avenue for ensuring inclusivity and participation by disproportionately harmed communities in this industry. Now, under the Commission's current regulations, certified economic empowerment and social equity program participants have exclusive access to 3 types of delivery license models for a minimum of 3 years, and that is the marijuana courier license, the marijuana delivery operator license, and the for micro businesses with a delivery endorsement. Just to sort of set the groundwork for today's conversation, this is really a discussion and an opportunity really for the entire commission to understand the key issues that licensees are facing in this space, to hear more, really the full scope of Commissioner Camargo and I's conversations with key stakeholders, not only operators, but other members of the public and different public officials as well, and for us all to weigh in on those key concerns. And lastly, it's to begin determining the best next steps. This is not a Commissioner Camargo and Commissioner Concepcion discussion. Although we sponsored the agenda item, every commissioner in this room has put in a considerable amount of time to meet with licensees and to really develop a better understanding of the challenges faced in this space. The goal today is really to present the information that we've developed thus far and to have a really full discussion on what we believe as a commission, as an agency, are the best next steps for the industry. And with that said, I will hand it over to Commissioner Camargo.
Thank you. Thank you for those comments. I really appreciate your point about this being a commission discussion for all of us commissioners to sort of, have this really first in-depth conversation and comprehensive conversation, because, I went back and looked at a few of our meetings the last few months, and I know we had a conversation in June, and it was sort of us taking each other's temperature around the 2 agents in a car. I also heard, our fellow commissioners talking about how do we look at this holistically? What else needs to be at the forefront of this? And like Chair Concepcion said, some of the policy topics that you'll see today are the top priority policy discussions that we heard and that have been identified. I think I won't reiterate some of the points that Chair Concepcion made, but this is our, one of our exclusive equity licenses for Massachusetts. In doing this work, you'll hear about license types throughout, similar license types throughout the country, and what does that mean? And I think so. The topics are up. I think we'll talk about these: 2 agents in a vehicle, and I really want to say 2 agents in a vehicle versus 2 drivers. I want to make sure we kind of start switching the narrative about 2 agents in a vehicle. The license cap. What does that look like in terms of increasing the license cap for these for this license? Repackaging for delivery operators. What does that look like? What does that mean? What are the operational components of that? And then delivery to no towns. I think one of the top ones that we sort of heard throughout this process has been that is the ability to deliver to no towns and the ability to deliver safe product and provide access throughout the Commonwealth in terms of delivering to no towns. And then finally, we have here on the agenda just some motion language, which we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But for the purposes of today, this is really a conversation and making sure that we can all, for the first time, really dive deep into these issues. So Matt Giancola, I know you're going to walk us. I see you, Chair. I know Matt's going to walk us through the PowerPoint, but I also wanted to just quickly say thank you to Matt, to Jessica, and to Callie, who work on the government affairs teams as our policy analysts, who have really helped us to understand these policies that are at play throughout the country. So, Madam Chair, I'll yield back my time to you.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. I just wanted to add a additional note. These items, so the topics, 2 agents in a vehicle, license caps, repackaging, delivery to no towns. This has been a part of our conversations for since you and I, Commissioner Camargo, we've actually began conversations about this space and developing sort of a plan and presentation on delivery. So I just wanted to make sure, because I wanted to highlight that, because a lot of the times when we talked about these license types, the focus was only on the 2 agents in a vehicle component. But after having a number of different conversations, we realized that the full package, A, B, C, and D, would create a more viable license type. And with that said, I will take a step back. This is also, feel free to ask any questions that you have throughout as we go through the slides. There are several members of staff who are ready with additional information, and any concerns. This is a really good opportunity to get responses and more information for the commission as a whole, really, about any of the issues or concerns that you have as well. So with that, I'll hand it back to you, Commissioner Camargo, and we can go through the slides.
Yeah, and I'll just say quickly, and I know it'll come up in conversation, but Matt, you may want to touch upon as well our recent conversation with the Public Safety CAB Advisory Board for the Cannabis Control Commission. So we may want to touch upon that as well. So Matt, we'll turn it over to you.
Yes. Good afternoon. Hello, commissioners. So yeah, I'm happy to walk through some of the background, high-level information about what this delivery license type is, some data from around the country, then before turning it back to the commissioners for further discussion on potential recommended policies moving forward. So currently, under our regulatory framework, we have 3 license types for delivery. The delivery operator allows licensees to purchase marijuana and marijuana products at wholesale, store them at the business location, and then deliver to consumers' homes. The marijuana courier license, the original iteration of that license was called delivery only, and then it was changed by regulation in 2020. This license allows licensees to pick up marijuana and marijuana product at licensed retailers and then deliver it to the consumers' homes. So that is, generally speaking, less capital intensive because there's no need necessarily for a wholesale warehouse location. Finally, marijuana establishment with delivery endorsement currently only applies to micro businesses, but it allows these establishments to deliver their own products to consumers' homes. We also have a little bit of data on the current amount of licensees and where they are in the licensing process. So that chart is in the PowerPoint for your review. You can see that that highest number is currently in the provisional license stage. We always like to see them moving forward to commence operations, but I think it is interesting for the commissioners to sort of see where in the process licensees currently are. Next slide, please. So there's been a lot of discussion over the years from commissioners and the public regarding the delivery license type and why stakeholders felt it was an important license to bring forward. We believe it helps diminish illicit cannabis sales. It addresses unregulated cannabis deliveries in the Commonwealth. And it's not something that is totally foreign in the United States. There are other states that do conduct licensed marijuana deliveries to homes. Now, Massachusetts is the only state that exclusively offers these marijuana establishment delivery licenses to equity applicants. And I believe it's fair to say that the commissioners felt that this license type has less startup capital needs. And so there's potentially a lower barrier to entry, and that would go to supporting participation by applicants with limited access to resources. Next slide, please. So in the current regulations, two registered agents are required to be in the delivery vehicle when performing deliveries. And one agent must stay with the vehicle at all times while the other agent is physically delivering the product to the consumer. There are 8 adult use states that allow for one agent to operate deliveries. Now, Massachusetts is technically the only state that requires 2 agents for adult use deliveries. However, it is important to note that Connecticut requires 2 agents for times when vehicles have more than 2 pounds in the vehicle. There are a number of states that are medical only that require 2 agents in the vehicle at all times. Stakeholders have shared their perspective that removing a 2-agent rule would lower the costs for operators. It would expand business opportunities for these licensees because there is a less need for agents per vehicle. Next slide, please. So there is a current security requirement for delivery licensees that is a little bit different from other establishments. Currently, the maximum retail value of marijuana products in a vehicle at one time is limited. It's capped at $10,000. Vehicles must be unmarked, not visually identifiable, that they are transporting marijuana or marijuana products. And each agent transporting the cannabis to consumers must wear a body camera. And that video footage must be kept for a minimum of 30 days, and it must be turned on during all deliveries. And of course, the commission would have access to that footage if needed. The vehicle also must contain a secure communication device, a GPS that is affixed to the vehicle, and a secure locked storage compartment for cannabis. Next slide, please.
If I may.
Sure.
Yeah. I don't know what's helpful here, and I guess I'll ask Chair and fellow commissioners, do you all want to, we can get to the end of the slides or we can ask questions, but I have some public safety questions around this slide, and I think it could be a good opportunity to kind of take a pause and just kind of hear a little bit from our team. Is that okay, Chair?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So Matt, I apologize for stopping you before going to the next one, but I think that this is one of the, one of the concerns for everyone is the security of specifically the 2 agents in a car, and I think it would be helpful for us to sort of understand. I know we Commissioner Roy and Commissioner Stebbins, I'm so glad you guys went through RVT training. Because I want to hear, from our team, what are the protocols? What's the training that's in place? What are the SOPs that folks need to have in order to be safe in these vehicles? And you think about employee safety. That's the most important thing here, right? So I don't know. I think either Noam, who's part of our investigation team, or the director of investigation, I'm thinking of Rebecca Lopez, folks on our compliance team to kind of like help us sort of think through and elaborate a little bit about what does it look like? We've heard from everybody. We've all seen how this sort of, in practical terms works, what these cars look like, what the body cams look like. But I would love to just hear from our team in terms of incidents. What can we share? What can you all share with us, but also with the public in terms of incidents and things that we've learned the last year and a half around the safety of this license? And I see no.
I see no. So Director Kamalo, do you mind providing a response to that? Just giving us some added insight from, what you know from your internal operations, from the investigations that have occurred. I feel like more information is better. So this is the time to really understand all the facts, the circumstances that we're in. So by all means, please, any additional information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if you can all hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So far, what we have seen, I'll start off with the incidents, that we've seen so far. We've collected some data, or data that, involving transportation license types from January 1st of 2021 to present. We've seen approximately 40 incidents, reportable incidents. So that's on, we're only talking about incidents that have been reported to the Commission pursuant to our regulations. That is not inclusive of other incidents, of course, that we might not be aware of. We have examples, where we have seen individuals, for example, an individual who was detained, and then with the fact that they had another agent who remained in the vehicle, it was helpful to have that agent there. We've seen theft. We've seen instances where, in some instances where they have one agent in the vehicle, and then the vehicle ends up being stolen. We've also seen instances where other agents in the vehicle, they are reporting that we have agents that are actually crossing state lines. We also have seen instances where they are reporting that they are also crossing, state lines. Not crossing state lines. Crossing state lines, but also delivering to no towns. So when we have, investigated these matters, one of the things that we really have noticed is that most of the times the agents are not fully understanding the SOPs. So, and while reviewing these SOPs and realizing that they're not as detailed as they should be, in other words, the agents having a lack of understanding in terms of what's required as far as their job functions are concerned, in terms of their responsibilities. So having two agents in the vehicle, one has to remain in the vehicle, and then we also need to ensure that there's age verification to ensure that there's no diversion, because it is important to ensure that the consumer is in fact who they say they are. So we have a 30-minute check-in that's also pursuant to our regulation. So it allows the agent that's driving not to be distracted, so that the other driver can also pay attention, to the road. When there are accidents, it requires a tow. It requires that there's, an opportunity to be able to move the product from one vehicle to the next. So those are some of the incidents, that we've seen so far, just a few examples. So the two driver rule, from what we have seen so far, or the two, having two agents, it has helped to mitigate to the greatest extent possible to reduce the risk or likelihood of any, attempted thefts, robberies, acts of diversion, and including reportable incidents involved in the transport of, marijuana products. So it also helps ensure the safety of transportation agents, as well as the general public as well. So in terms of trainings, that's one of the things that we have discovered during our investigations of these incidents, that the agents really need to be particularly trained in terms of personal safety and also techniques that they can use during these times. And then, as I already mentioned, also having detailed operating procedures so that they have a full understanding that, okay, when you are making a delivery, these are the things that you can and cannot do. So in talking to the staff during our investigations or when we're following up on these inquiries, we're finding that at times they are not really aware of what they should and should not be doing. One of the things that we do here at the Commission is to also provide educational bulletins through metric. When we see a pattern or when we see a trend that things like, certain things are happening, we do provide educational bulletins or materials. We would advise that the licensees really pay attention to those educational bulletins, because most of the times when we do release them, it's because we are noticing trends. Also, we have compliance officers and investigators who are well trained, have an understanding, of the regulations. So if they have any compliance questions or concerns or questions, it is pertinent for the licensees to be reaching out directly to their lead investigator, directly to their lead compliance officers pertaining, when they have compliance questions or questions. Additionally, if it is something that falls outside of our jurisdiction, we'll let them know. But if they do need legal advice, because we cannot advise and consult legally, then they can always seek, legal advice from their attorneys and whoever is representing them. So in a nutshell, these are some of the things that we're noticing, that we're seeing here at the Commission so far as transportation license is concerned, whether it's delivery operators, whether it's a wholesaler, whether it's a delivery carrier. So unless you have any questions, I think that's all I can share as far as safety is concerned.
Well, thank you so much, Director Khumalo. Before I ask any additional questions, Commissioner Stebbins and Commissioner Roy, do you have any questions at this point for Commissioner Roy?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much. No, I appreciate this presentation. And so just so I understand, so we have 18 that have commenced operations between courier, delivery operator, and then micro business with endorsement. So you said there have been 40 incidents since January 1st, 2021 to present. And examples of the incidents have been theft, delivering to no towns and crossing state lines. Is that correct?
That is correct. We've received those reports. Yes, that is accurate.
When you say crossing state lines, does that mean that the car crossed into another state to deliver product?
From the information that we gathered is that, and this is a recent incident, by the way. So we just learned that the agent did in fact drive into another state. As far as the events that took place, we're still, looking into that. We're looking into this further to see exactly what it is, what are the activities that were involved pertaining, to that incident.
Okay. And was there diversion? Did diversion happen on any instance?
Let me check while we're still in the meeting, just to make sure. I just want to double check to ensure that, I can actually respond to you accurately. Let me check to see from the incidents that I have if there was any diversion involved.
Thank you, Director Khumalo. Appreciate that.
Commissioner Stebbins, do you have any questions?
No,
Not this time. Okay. Director Khumalo, first, thank you. You and I and Commissioner Camargo, I'm glad that we were able to have a conversation and to gain greater insight into what's occurring and what you've seen. And I think that it's beneficial for the entire commission to have a full picture of what has unfortunately occurred. Of those incidents, do you mind, if you're able to, can you give us sort of a timeline? Was there, I'm just wondering if there are any trends that you've seen, whether that was at the beginning of, this license type being in operations, or if this is something that is just across the board from 2021 till currently.
Madam Chair, it is across the board. It's randomized from the information that I received, which is why when we're looking at the data, we wanted to ensure that it wasn't just specific to delivery carriers and delivery operators. We also wanted it to be inclusive, of wholesalers, meaning, MEs that have, with an endorsement like micro businesses that are allowed to be able to deliver as well. So we do not want it to be to single out the delivery operators and the delivery carriers. Hence, this is why we have the data from January of 2021 to present. And then in response to Commissioner Roy's question, yes, we have instances of diversion as well.
Okay. Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, thank you. And Director Kamalo, you said 40 incidents across transportation licenses. So, because I want to make sure that we're very clear, because I know today's conversations around, delivery or courier and endorsement. So you're also talking about third-party transporters, or no?
Yes, I am, because when we look at the regulation pursuant to our regulations, when it comes to the two-agent rule, it's not only applicable to delivery carriers and delivery operators, it's across the board.
Got it. And at some point, I'm sorry, I'm just going to ask a follow-up question. At some point, if we were to, I know we're going to have a conversation on Monday again, but if we were to ask for sort of a breakdown as it relates to this license type, will we be allowed to have that? Is that information that we can have?
What I will do is that I need to check in with legal to ensure that this is something that we can be able to provide. And if so, if it's approved by the legal department and also by the Chief of Investigations and Enforcement, if they have no objections, then we'll be able to provide that.
I think the clarity will be helpful as well. And I know that the two agents pursuant to, all transportation licenses and all our regs, but it would be good to understand the clarity in terms of this topic and these licenses. So thank you.
Commissioner Wright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Kamalo, you had said that two agents help to mitigate risk or the likelihood of theft and help to ensure the safety of our transportation agents. Can you expound a little on that, what you meant?
Right. So what I mean by that is that what we've seen so far, the trend that we're also seeing when it comes to this is that the second agent has helped, there's a deterrent value. That's the best way to clarify that in terms of having another agent. So for example, in the situation where we had the individual that was sort of detained by a consumer, the other agent remained in the vehicle. They were able to stay in that vehicle, pay attention to what was going on at that particular time. With that event, law enforcement, most of these events that I've also described here today, law enforcement end up being involved. So there is a deterrent value in having, from what we're seeing, and this is based on the incidents that we've seen so far, in having, a second agent be available, whether it be an accident, because having to remove all that product from the vehicle and having to transfer it to another vehicle, then the labor involved in terms of having those two agents there, moving it from one vehicle to the next, that was helpful. We've also had incidents that I didn't talk about here during this public meeting here today, wherein there were allegations that law enforcement had done certain things. So in talking and interviewing the two agents that were there, we were able to either corroborate the claims or not, because there were two people that were present at that time. It also, Commissioner Roy, there's an accountability factor to this. When it comes to the way we deal with destruction of products or waste, we require two agents to be present for accountability. And what we're seeing here is that when it comes to having two agents in the vehicle, it is similar in that aspect about accountability, as well as also it helps the licensee, because some of the incidents that have been reported to us is because the licensee has a whistleblower in the vehicle as the second agent, and they are able to pay attention to what's going on and report it back to management, and therefore reporting it back to the commission.
Commissioner Ray.
Director Kamalo, you had said 40 incidents. How many of those involve reports to law enforcement?
I would have to, because most of the incidents that we receive, I believe pursuant to our regulations, it has to be the incidents that involve, reportable incidents that involve law enforcement as well. So I would have to check, because I cannot give you a guesstimate at this time in terms of how many involved law enforcement. However, we have collaborated with law enforcement. For example, with this incident where a vehicle was stolen, we have to work with local law enforcement. They have to provide us with the reports, so that we can also understand the facts outside of what we're hearing from licenses and all that. So in terms of the numbers, I would have to check back check to see, the breakdown in order for me to be fully responsive to your question.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you. Without getting into too many details, how was a vehicle stolen if there's two agents?
Yeah.
Is it one supposed to be in the car?
There was one. In this instance, there was one.
So that was a non-compliant delivery.
Correct.
One agent car was stolen.
So that
Those are
particular.
correct facts.
Yes, so there was one agent. I in my presentation, I believe I had mentioned that in instances where they've been non-compliant, where they do not have two agents and there's only one, and that was one of the examples. There was one agent, and then when that agent was attending to ensure that he had product in the vehicle was stolen while he was.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. There was product in the vehicle when it was stolen?
Well, he was attempting to put the product in the vehicle, and then by the time he got back, the vehicle was gone. They're supposed to be.
I'm sorry, Director Khumalo, was there product within the car, or was there?
At that time, there was. Yeah, at that time, there wasn't product in the vehicle, because this agent, what they were doing is that they were putting, the product in the vehicle, in the car.
Got it.
So when they had left, he was loading the product. That's what he was doing. At that particular time, he's in the process of loading the product into the vehicle by himself, and there's nobody else, and the vehicle was stolen.
Sure, Commissioner.
Was the vehicle recovered, or was the product recovered, or was the product not recovered and the vehicle recovered?
At this time, was still the police department were working with law enforcement to see if, in fact, they eventually found the vehicle. But as of today, no.
No product was found. Okay, thank you very much.
Director Khumalo, I know it's a fine line, because there might be ongoing investigations. There might be some information that you cannot share, but do you have a breakdown of the number of incidents that involved a singular agent? So are there more instances where there was only one agent as opposed to the having the second required agent?
Yes, I believe we do. We have more incidents where there was just one agent. And then, as I previously mentioned, is if I get approval from the legal department and the Chief of Investigations and Enforcement to share this information, I can definitely provide that breakdown so that you can all have a full scope of what we're talking about.
That would be helpful, I believe. And luckily we do have Monday, so I know that's only a 1 day in between, but any additional information I believe would be helpful for the entire commission. Are there any other questions for Director Khumalo at this time? Commissioner Roy.
Thank you very much. I always concerned about agent safety. Have there been any incidents where an agent has been hurt in any way, or bodily harm or anything like that?
So far, Commissioner Roy, from the information that we have, we're very grateful that we have not received a report that's reflective of that, where there has been bodily harm. The only incident that was closest to that is when the consumer detained the agent, right? So in that instance, we do not know what could have happened if law enforcement, didn't get involved, but we're very, grateful at this particular time that that has not happened.
Commissioner Camargo.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Kamalo. I mean, this is really good information. And I know that, again, this is why we're having this deep dive into these issues. I don't have any other thoughts or questions around this one, but this has been very helpful.
But I will ask Director Kamalo if you can just stay with us in case at the tail end, once the presentation wraps, there are additional questions. But I will hand it back to Commissioner Camargo to proceed with the remainder of the presentation. Thank you so much, Director Kamalo.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. And thank you to the fellow commissioners for all those questions. That's very helpful. Matt, I think you can start, keep going.
Sure thing. Thank you. Next slide, please. Thank you. Yeah, so currently, licensees in the delivery space are capped at owning and controlling 2 delivery licenses, whereas many of the licenses that the commission offers caps at 3, which is a statutory requirement. This was a change also in 2020. Next slide, please.
If I may, Matt.
Sure.
Can we go back to that slide, Madam Chair? I hope it's okay. And I know that I want to ask this question because I know that we also have Commissioner Roy, Commissioner Stebbins. You all mentioned this a few meetings behind, back in terms of micro businesses and looking at the licenses, right? So I want to make sure we also talk about that and bring that into the fold. Matt, can you give us the history around why the 2 licenses here? And again, I know that other licenses also have that restriction, but I think it would be helpful for the purposes of this conversation, a little bit of the history in terms of why, because one of the topics here is to allow for the increase of license numbers for this type of license. So I think that would be helpful.
Sure. Yeah, I think it's fair to say that some commissioners felt that delivery operations directly to consumers was somewhat akin to retail sales, and the statutory cap of 3 licenses is an important piece for ensuring no one licensee or individual gets too much control of the licensed industry. And so the thinking was, if an individual or an entity received 3 retail licenses and 3 delivery licenses, I think they felt that would be a bit too much. So they wanted to limit that to some degree.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you.
Sure thing. Thank you.
And I think, I don't know if I'm stuck on camera, but I'm still on live, so they can, there you go. They could see, folks can see you talking.
Next slide, please. So it's also important to sort of share where delivery licensees may deliver. There are essentially 3 buckets of municipalities that delivery licensees can deliver to. One should be fairly obvious. If a delivery licensee is located in a particular municipality, that municipality has to allow its residents to receive deliveries. The second bucket is any city or town that allows retail operations, whether or not one is operational or licensed, also has to allow its residents to receive deliveries. The third bucket is any municipality which has potentially prohibited marijuana establishment operations from being within its borders. They can still vote, pass an ordinance or a bylaw to allow its residents to receive deliveries. And once a municipality does that, they should let the commission know. We'd be happy to update our online municipal zoning tracker. It has information about what different cities and towns currently allow. It's also important to note that is a resource, but for best information, the most up-to-date information, we recommend the public and licensees call their city or town hall to ensure that they have the most up-to-date information. And then based on that tracker, you can sort of see a breakdown of the number of municipalities that allow and currently don't allow delivery operations.
Thank you, Director Giancola. I'll pause because I see Director Stebbins.
I got a
Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Chair. Director Giancola, obviously a lot of this communication to communities, allowing communities that may have been a no community, but wanted to allow delivery in that kind of opt-in process. When was a lot of this work done? Obviously, it was aligned when the regulations were created. It certainly is kind of pre my service on the commission. So can you kind of give a time frame to when this work might have been done by the commission?
Yeah, so I believe those 3 provisions were included in the 2020 round of regulations, but I'm sure someone far smarter than me can correct me if it was the previous iteration of the regulations. But it can be found in our regs rather than statute.
And I saw Commissioner Camargo's hand, so I want to make sure you have an opportunity.
You know what? I'll let Commissioner Roy go. I'm gonna write some stuff down so I can get it out.
Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much, Matt. And for those watching and listening, can you parse out regulatory requirements versus statutory? And is there anything statutorily that precludes us from making any changes as a body?
So I unfortunately can't give too much advice about what statute requires. I would have to defer to our legal counsel. Statute does go into some discussion under 94G Section 3 regarding the process by which municipalities may limit or prohibit licensed marijuana establishments from locating within their towns. So unfortunately, I can't give a definitive statement on that piece, but I would be happy to defer.
Yeah, I think we have enforcement counsel here, but I see Commissioner Camargo raising your hand.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Roy, thank you. I was gonna ask similar in terms of the right statute versus regs, and then ask for some support. This is a big one. You know, when we think about alcohol, we know that alcohol deliveries are allowed in no towns, or dry towns as we call it. And this one, you know, this would allow for expansion of business opportunities for delivery operators. It'll support more people to receive safe product and tested product, right, throughout the Commonwealth. And it reduces the opportunity for the illicit market and the deliveries of the illicit market. So I'm really interested in really understanding what we can understand today of that regulatory versus that statute. And I know that this is also a topic that came up at the Public Safety Advisory Board Committee a few weeks ago as well. So I'm assuming, Madam Chair, I'm looking at you, but I'm assuming we call Rebecca.
Well, first, Commissioner Roy, do you mind restating the question again, just so in case I know Rebecca, Enforcement Counsel Lopez is available, and we also have our General Counsel, Acting General Counsel Carter, but I just want you to restate it so that whoever can offer the best insight can.
Thank you. Basically, for those listening, those watching, can you help us delineate if there are any prohibitions in statute or versus regulatory? What are we able to do as a body, as a board, that wouldn't be at odds with statute when it comes to delivery? And
I see Acting General Counsel Carter.
And specifically, may I say, if there's anything around delivery to no towns that in statute, I'd be curious for viewers to hear.
So I see you both. I don't know who wants to offer their opinion first.
I can go first.
Okay, Acting General Counsel Carter, and let me know if you all can hear him. Okay, so
Yes, if there's any challenges.
He's gonna have to speak up a little louder. He sounds far.
Come closer to the mic.
Can't hear him.
Can you hear him now?
No.
Let's do something unorthodox. Come on, Andrew.
Yeah.
All right, Commissioner Roy,
Can you hear him now?
it's a very important one.
They cannot hear you.
Okay, let me wait for my.
Andrew, no, move your chair. That's why I'm saying, come and. There you go. There we go. Move this down a little bit.
Getting creative.
There we go. Come on. I'll move my
Are you
applesauce.
still not, are you all still not live in the meeting space?
No, we still have technical problems. Okay, there we go.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, commissioners.
Yeah.
So the question that was asked relates to our ability to interpret our statute and the regulatory requirements that flow from there. So under MGL 94G, Section 3C, no city or town shall prohibit the transportation of marijuana or marijuana products or adopt an ordinance or bylaw that makes the transportation of marijuana or marijuana products unreasonably impractical. So that is the statutory provision. And I think in our context, the word transportation is really what we are looking at here. And as transportation is not a defined term in our regulations, we use its ordinary and customary meaning, the dictionary definition generally. When we also think about statutory interpretation, we do it through the purpose of the legislation and the lens that the body was using when they passed these particular bills. The other thing we can think about is the commission does enjoy very broad language related to its statutory authority. We have all the powers necessary and convenient to effectuate our purposes. One of our purposes, right, is the ability to clarify, administer, and enforce 94G. So we do have the ability to clarify 94G and say what we believe as a body this particular provision means. Absolutely. So this is in 94G, Section 3C. No city or town shall prohibit the transportation of marijuana or marijuana products or adopt an ordinance or bylaw that makes the transportation of marijuana or marijuana products unreasonably impractical.
Thank you, Acting General Counsel Carter. Are there any additional questions for Acting General Counsel Carter while we have him close to the mic?
This is it's just kind of comment, not a comment, but Andrew, you said clarify. We have the commission has the broad privilege, I think you said, to clarify, administer, and what?
Enforce.
Enforce. Thank you.
So our power to promulgate regs are for those purposes, right? So the legislature has given us a broad framework for us to operate under, and then we have the authority through our regulations to administer, clarify, and enforce the chapters.
Thank you. That's helpful. Thank you. Thank you.
And if it's helpful for the board, I would be happy to put something in writing on this topic, if that would be of interest related to our statutory authority.
Yes, it will.
Yeah.
Commissioner Roy, is that does that answer the question to your satisfaction? Did you have any additional questions?
So just for historical context then, so the previous cohort of commissioners, they implemented the rule about in the regulations about no delivery to no towns, even though they had the discretion to interpret it. Am I?
Everyone could see him nodding. He's nodding yes.
Yeah, okay, to interpret it differently. Okay.
Yes, absolutely. The first cohort of commissioners, I think they thought that a good first step would be to deliver to places that have either opted in or have retail sales. I think that was their starting point. I don't know if it was their end point, but I think they probably, if I can recall those discussions, I believe the thought at the time was this is a good place to start.
Commissioner.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And currently, medical can deliver to any town. So it's medical products can be delivered to yes, no, maybe any town, right?
Yes, absolutely. And that's an excellent distinction to bring up, that our medical patients today enjoy the ability to have their product or their medicine, excuse me, delivered to where they live in the Commonwealth, regardless of the adult use status.
Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you. Sorry about that.
No,
Thank you.
we make things happen. So, okay, so before, oh, I see Enforcement Counsel Lopez. Enforcement Counsel Lopez, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And thank you so much, Acting General Counsel. I just wanted to add just a little more context to this very important legal question that was asked. I certainly encourage the commissioners to take full advantage of Acting General Counsel's offer to provide a written kind of memo laying out the different options at their disposal. Because one thing that we should note is that the statute this is a pretty complicated legal question, and the statute is silent in some respects. It does speak to transportation, but it is silent on delivery. And where the legislature uses the word delivery throughout other provisions of the statute, but does not use it in this particular provision, that does kind of open up some space for some more analysis. But something for the commissioners to also keep in mind is that when you're thinking about what path to explore here, paying attention to when the title to property transfers, because when the title to the property transfers at the point of sale where the marijuana is located at the retailer versus the title to the property passing where the sale is consummated at the home of the resident or patient who's ordered, well, in this case, the resident consumer who's ordered the product, that could also have legal implications that will inform the policy approach that you take. So I'm very pleased to know that the commissioners are going to take Acting General Counsel up on his offer to provide some more analysis to kind of flesh out some of those considerations.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you. Thank you both Enforcement Counsel and our Acting GC. Yeah, the reason I posed the question that I did was we are now soon going to be 4 years removed from when these initial regs were put together. My thought process being it might be an opportunity for us as a commission to work with those currently considered no delivery municipalities to see how many might fall into the tranche above it, which is, would allow it. And I think there are a lot of reasons. Maybe it's a level of comfort with how delivery has operated to this point. Might be the argument that obviously, again, might be an opportunity to say this is safer than the illicit market in this case. And, another reason that a community should consider adopting or allowing delivery within their town. So that just to give you some perspective on why I asked the question that I did.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. I think it was you, Commissioner Roy, who raised the question about medical delivery and how that functions and the ability to already deliver to those no towns. I don't know if anyone in the meeting currently has these numbers available, but I would be curious, even if we discuss it on Monday, to understand the number of those delivering in the medical space in comparison to those delivering in the adult use space. And I'm mindful also that when we're talking about this restriction, it only applies to our equity license types. But that's just more, I'm processing as well. But I think it will be useful to understand just if this is already occurring and the no towns are already having deliveries within their towns, and it might be at a greater number than within the adult use space. That will be helpful information to know. Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, thank you for your question and your comment. It also makes me think that cohort 1 of the commissioners had such a difficult task, and they were building this agency at a different time, and even at a different political time, right? I'm curious, I don't know if folks have any historical context, but and we may have to go back and sort of look at videos, but a lot of these policy choices are our choices as commissioners. So I'm just curious if this sort of division to no towns was more of a commissioner sort of led, division, or was it an actual, we went out and spoke to no towns and that's why we ended up there. So I think that's also important to know, because we this has been sitting in the regs for a while like this, but I don't know why my fellow cohort 1 of commissioners sort of made the decision of having the no town. So I don't know if anybody has that information, or we go back and look, just because I know at times, and again, I go back to when they were building this agency, it was very difficult times. That could have been the case, that it was, more commissioner led versus, we've talked to no towns and this is where they're at.
Are there any other questions on this? Commissioner Roy?
Yeah, my question is for
Enforcement Counsel Lopez, are you available for a question? I don't know if I don't see her. Okay, there we go. EC Lopez.
Enforcement Counsel Lopez, you had, and I was thinking about this yesterday as well. And the point of sale, where you said the title to the property is consummated at the home, and there are legal questions around that. Could you delve into that a little further for us?
Of course, I'm happy to. I only bring that up as a relevant legal consideration for purposes of exploring policy here, because if where the title to the property, in terms here, the property is referring to the marijuana or marijuana product that has been purchased, where the title to that transfers to the purchaser matters, or could matter, when trying to navigate the preferences or bans that have been instituted by localities in terms of operations of a marijuana establishment within their borders. So there is a legal difference between the transportation of a good from a marijuana retailer to a resident that is not the property of the resident until it gets to the resident, because the resident is paying for it at the point of delivery. So at the point of delivery, the money is exchanged, and at that point, that marijuana product becomes the property of the resident, versus a situation where the resident pays ahead to the retailer or the courier, the retailer, and that is being delivered by the courier. So if the resident pays ahead for that product, then at that point, what the marijuana establishment is delivering that person's property to them. And that can make a difference with respect to the legal question you presented of whether or not municipalities have the authority to restrict deliveries of marijuana products to no towns. One is the delivery of a product in one situation, and another situation, it's the delivery of someone's property.
Enforcement Counsel Lopez, I think I'm a little bit confused, so I'll ask a couple things, because I guess I'm wondering, what does that change? In the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, it's a legal product. You're saying, like, what changes in those scenarios? What is the thing that the legal question, I guess I'm asking?
Well, I do think it would be good to flesh this out more with further legal analysis, but what could make a difference there is that if you order something from Amazon, you've paid for that something and it's being delivered to you. Your town cannot restrict you from accessing the property that is yours. So if you have paid ahead for a marijuana product and it is now your property, that could make a significant legal difference in whether a town can say, you are not entitled to that property, even if it's.
Understood.
So in the same way that a resident of one of these no towns can go to another neighboring yes town and purchase the product, that is now their property, a no town can't prevent them from bringing that property back home. So
Okay,
that is where it
that's
can make
helpful.
a significant difference legally.
So this is something I know there will be more of an analysis that's done on this. I understand that it might not be readily available, but that is in addition to the statutory citation that Acting General Counsel Carter provided. So on top of that citation around transportation, the ability to transport, this is something that is another analysis that would add to delivering to no towns, is what you're saying. That if that in fact is the case, depending on where we land, that is more of a reason why delivery cannot be restricted.
Well, I think yes and no. I think it's another consideration or it's another legal consideration to take into account, because the question that's been raised is still an open question that the legal department is going to dive into and really break apart. But if the outcome to that is a no, then this other consideration may come into play in terms of assessing whether that prohibition extends to product versus property. So it's another kind of legal consideration to be included in this review, because it may lead to some policy considerations on your end, and your end being the body's end, not you individually. That's for sure.
Commissioner Camargo, you muted yourself.
Of course I did. Can we add to the review what alcohol regulations say? Just so at least to educate ourselves on that. I think we know how, but I think it would be helpful for the public and for all of us to understand, like, how does alcohol do it? I know we have different regs, but I would love maybe a sprinkle of that in the review so that we're just educated to how alcohol does it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Camargo. I was going to ask that as well, and so let's flip that on its head. Enforcement Counsel Lopez. So the ones that, and thank you for that explanation on if you pay ahead and it's your property and your property is being delivered to you. But what about payment at the time of delivery? And what is the commission's authority to dictate the type of commerce happening within the borders of a town? And do we have that authority to dictate that if it is the transaction, the point of sale is consummated at inside the four corners of that municipality?
DC Lopez, please.
Of course, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Roy, for that question. I think those are all very important questions that can be, if Acting General Counsel agrees, might be folded into the legal review that will be done with respect to this very important question.
I see a head nod, so I'm going to relay the head nod from Acting General
Okay,
Counsel.
so there's a head nod. That's great. And in terms of, but there would be a legal difference potentially if the sale is consummated at the home of the resident of a no town. So that is something that certainly does make a difference. What it does to the larger legal question remains to be seen pending that further review and analysis.
Commissioner Roy?
And if so incumbent, this commission can delineate between the two, paying ahead versus paying it. If we saw fit, we would be able to account for that if we see there's legal hurdles with the one paying at the time of receipt.
Well, if it's helpful, Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, please.
If it's helpful context, Commissioner Roy, the commission has in the past prescribed form of payment. So I'll give you the example of during COVID, we issued several orders, administrative orders, some pertaining to curbside operations. And in those curbside operations, one of the several options that were given to those who wanted to purchase was a pay ahead option. So we have explored that road before in terms of giving that option. So hopefully that provides some helpful context for you. And I believe those administrative orders are still posted on our website.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions for EC Lopez? Okay. Are there any other questions in regards to this slide before we move on to the next? No. Okay. Acting General Counsel Carter.
Yes, Madam.
Everyone's on mute. Everyone's on mute.
Does this work?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. Madam Chair, if the board would like us, would like the legal department to draft a memo on this topic, perhaps you would like to make a motion to direct the legal department to provide the board with a legal analysis as it relates to the legal question asked, which was our legal authority to deliver to no towns.
I just don't want us to echo too much. I would. However, I want us to get to the end of the presentation because I believe there's the potential that there might be more tacked on to that. So I will refrain from making that motion now, but I want to keep that in mind because it could be in combination with other things as well, depending on what my fellow commissioners ask and what they might need to really have a full consideration of the topic. Okay. Commissioner, okay, I see Director Giancola. We can move on to the next slide.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The final policy topic for your consideration is the topic of repackaging for delivery operators. So repackaging means to uniformly wrap or seal marijuana that has already been wrapped or sealed into a ready-made product for retail sale without combining, infusing, or changing the chemical composition of the marijuana. So currently only marijuana retailers and marijuana treatment centers have the authority under our regulations to repackage marijuana. Delivery licensees have shared feedback that this would be a helpful operation for them to include into their operations. So specifically, this would be for delivery operators who already do have space potentially at their business location to conduct these activities. Repackaging does need to be done in a compliant way, and I think it's fair to say that the previous cohort of commissioners, in keeping with some of the other policy considerations, wanted to do that walk before you run process of delivery, introducing the delivery license, ensuring compliance was more easily obtainable. And so they did limit delivery licensees from that activity. Delivery operators can work with other licensees to receive products that are white labeled, and those business operations, I believe, can be conducted, but repackaging specifically at this time cannot.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Yeah, so actually thank you, Nat. So my question was, discuss or share with us the differences between repackaging and white labeling. And delivery operators can white label at this time. So could you just explain with some detail what the differences are?
Yeah, so repackaging would occur at the delivery operator licensee, that at their physical location. They would be taking marijuana product from another licensee's packaging, taking it out and putting it into their own packaging. Whereas white labeling product is where a licensee sort of further down the supply chain creates or produces marijuana product and puts it into a package with the branding or other information of the delivery operator licensee.
Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what this slide discussing repackaging is strictly for delivery operators and not, or could it be for micro businesses? It's their own product though, so they wouldn't need to repackage. I guess it's only for this license type and obviously not for couriers.
That is correct.
Okay.
Commissioner Camargo.
I just want to piggyback on Commissioner Roy's question. Are we talking about product? Are we talking about just flour? And then also like, in bulk. And then I'm also curious as to what does this mean if, what does this look like? Do folks have to resubmit an architecture review? Like, what would this look like? And I don't know if Director Kamalo's still on, but what does this mean? Because I've been to a few of the delivery sites, but well, actually, I've been to one that has retail, so that's a little different. So what would this look like for a delivery operator? And I don't know if Director Kamala, oh, there you are. If you may want to kind of explain to us a little bit about that. I'm just trying to think what additional stuff would be needed for repackaging. And then is it product? Is it flour? What is it?
Director Kamala.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Camargo, for asking the question. So far as repackaging is concerned, they may repackage, bulk flour into a single strain raw pre-rolls, because at this time, such activities, they do constitute as repackaging flour, but repackaging does not include infused pre-rolls. I think that's the distinction there from pursuant to our regulations. What would this require? Pursuant to our regulations, if there's any renovations or any structural changes, what they would need to do is to reach out to the commission through whether an architectural review plan or structural change plan, send it over to us for us to review the plan and pursuant to the procedures that we have in place. And then might require that we need to go out. We would need to go out there and inspect the place, because now there's storage requirements. They need to ensure that when they're handling marijuana, it's under adequate camera coverage. We need to also ensure that it's done in sanitary conditions, which is there shouldn't be any contamination of such. There's regulations that speaks to ensuring that the product is handled in such a sanitary manner. There's a specific section in the regulations that speaks to handling marijuana and also storage requirements. And so for that reason, it will be important for the delivery operators, if this is allowed, for them to reach out to their lead investigator or lead compliance officer to let them know that this is what they're planning to do. And then we can then follow up with them. And then the biggest element to this is to ensure that we do not have any inventory discrepancies. So with that said, they need to appropriately track and reflect repackaging activities, in metric as well.
Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, and your last statement, in terms of they will have to sort of inform you all, like, again, we're talking future here, if this goes through, will there be some, I'm going into the weeds of it, but I'm assuming that there'll be some kind of education or training or bulletin or something, right? Like, for these operators to understand if they do want to do that, what they need to do. Obviously, like everybody who's starting a business, but I'm just a little bit more curious, I guess. I don't know if that makes sense.
Right. So if this, turns into a policy decision whereby all of you make that, that policy change, the commission has set standards whereby we release educational bulletins. We've done that even with hemp products. We've done, with different, for different items. So in this instance, that's something that would have to consider, because it's actually will be helpful for the delivery operators or for the licensees to have a full understanding of what will be required of them so that they can be compliant. Because at the end of the day, that is the goal of the commission, to ensure that the licenses are compliant. So we would definitely try to ensure that there is an educational bulletin that speaks to this line item, some of them that I talked about, and also will be inclusive of the regulations that they need to, pay particular attention to, some of which I spoke about here today. And then also there's updating of SOPs, because that means they would have to update their, standard operating procedures and things like that. So whenever they do that, it is important that the commission or the lead investigators or the lead compliance officers are aware of those changes as well.
Commissioner.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually have 2 questions for Director. You had mentioned that it does not include infused pre-rolls, so I just want to make sure that extends to other infused products. There are a number of infused products. Some of them I don't see how you could repackage. Seltzers, ice cream, those just can't. Full brews can't be repackaged. And my second question is around. Have there been any notices of deficiency around white labeling in the past with delivery operators, or if you had any issues with white labeling or repackaging in the past?
Thank you, Commissioner Roy, for your question. I believe so, and if I happen to be wrong, I'll circle back with you to give you the correct answer. But so far, that is you are accurate. But in terms of white labeling, I'm just from my recollection, and I would have to circle back with you as well. I have not seen a notice of deficiency where specifically delivery operators have done this to date. I've not, because I believe that our first license was around 2021 for delivery operators, whether it was April or May. But to my recollection, I have not seen an NOD that speaks to a deficiency pertaining to white labeling or repackaging. But again, with white labeling, I believe they, pursuant to the regulations, they are allowed to do so.
Are there any additional questions for Director Khumalo? Thank you, Director Khumalo. Are there any other questions? Are there any other questions on this slide? Okay. Director Giancola, I believe we can go to the next portion of the presentation.
Thanks. That actually concludes my report. I'll simply finish with sharing that commissioners, staff, and members of the Cannabis Advisory Board have worked on this issue for quite a while, have met with stakeholders and advocates over the years, and we continue to seek the input from the public. We believe that that public input makes our regulations and our regulatory processes better. So I'm grateful for the comments that they've shared with us, and we're happy to continue to sort of collate them and make sure that commissioners have the full understanding of the issues at hand so that they can make an informed decision. But I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Matt. Thank you for everything that you do. And thank you for your work on this and everything else that you're doing, and the entire team. Commissioner Camargo, I will just give you the floor for any additional comments or any more information that you want to offer at this time.
Yeah, thank you. I think this is really helpful. I think this has been a really good conversation. I think fellow commissioners can agree, thorough, educated. I think we have some work to do, and I know we're meeting on Monday, so I was just kind of writing a list of things that we will need for Monday. Attorney Carter, I heard you say, and maybe I can sort of have you clarify. There's still conversation that has to happen on Monday. That's obvious. Do you need us to put a motion out for the legal memo to be that next step in terms of some of those items today?
Not the computer, but your mic.
Yes, Commissioner, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. What I would suggest is, it sounds to me like this conversation is going to continue through Monday. So if it's appropriate for us to talk about potential motion language offline in preparation for that meeting, I think perhaps that would be the appropriate course of action, because we will be able to wrap up the discussion on Monday as well.
Okay, I just want to be clear. I know we let me see, how do I say this? I know we talked about, I guess my question, sorry, can you guys hear me?
No, I'm so sorry. I didn't know you were talking. No, we couldn't hear you. Say it again.
Okay. I was just saying, I kind of want just clarification. Do you need the motion language to start working on the memo for Monday, is my question. Do we need to make a motion for us to sort of redirect to legal to start working for Monday?
I think I can, okay. Well, I think that depends on the scope of what you're seeking. I would say an expectation for a legal memo for Monday, I think will be a challenge, Commissioner. I think that if you would like a memo on that very narrow issue, we certainly could attempt to put something out there for Monday, but based on the comments of the chair, it sounded to me like there were many policy issues that were, or some policy issues to be further included beyond that narrow legal question. So ultimately, how the board would like to direct work, I defer to you all. But maybe Monday would be the most appropriate time, because I do think it unlikely, based on the level of analysis that I think you'll be looking for. I think to rush it for Monday, I think may not serve our purposes.
No, I agree, and that's why I just wanted some clarification to make sure that I understood where we were asking. So thank you, Madam Chair. I'll yield back to you,
Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Chair. Great presentation. Appreciate all of the effort that you, Commissioner Camargo, and your chair put into this, working with our team. Good discussion around a lot of the questions that have come up. I'm going to start first with, I know this is on the agenda for Monday. Can you offer some clarity as to what course of business, what topics, what discussion you were anticipating for Monday?
So we knew that this was a big conversation.
Okay.
So the idea was to have the discussion, present our findings, answer as many questions today as possible, but also understanding that everything couldn't be answered today.
Okay.
So it was offering another chance to come back with more clarity and understanding, because of the complexities and because it's such a large issue that we knew we were taking on. So that's really the key thing. And then determining amongst ourselves the best next steps, if we can make that determination at that point. And Commissioner Camargo, if you wanted to add anything to that.
No, I think you're absolutely right. And Commissioner Stebbins, thank you for the question. I think we needed to sort of go through the conversation, but I also respect legal counsel in the sense that, you know, an analysis we have tomorrow and over the weekends. We're not going to get an analysis by Monday. So I also hear that as well. So I think we need to decide for us what is, you know, as a commission now, what is the best next step. We can motion to, and I'm just throwing some ideas here, but we can motion to, we can finish the conversation on Monday in terms of what are those broader topics related to these, I guess, issues related to these topics that we've put forth. And we can make the motion on Monday to redirect it to legal for the memo, for the legal analysis. That's one thing. Commissioner, go ahead.
So there's a few things. We've identified 4 major issues. Some of them are not as complex as others. Some of them might take a little bit less time to come back with more information and understanding on Monday. So I think it might be a good exercise at this point to kind of determine where, I mean, the 2-agent rule, I know we heard a lot of new information here. So I think that will go beyond Monday. But is there anything here that we could address on Monday that we can have some more direct responses to? And I guess Commissioner Stebbins.
No, it's a great question, but I think it's pretty clear. And again, I thank the two of you for the work that you have done and the work that you have engaged our team and to think through this. We've all heard about this literally, I think, since month one that at least that I was appointed, this was an issue around delivery, the delivery operator license type, which I understand came about because of stakeholders saying that the delivery courier model was not a winning business model. So there's been that continued focus on it. Same time, we still see an appetite for, I think, more on the delivery operator model side. In fact, we just gave one a provisional license today. So I appreciate that. And, you know, I like the fact that Massachusetts has stood up, made these two license types exclusive for our social equity participants and our EE participants. That said, I do like the thoughtful discussion. I do like, you know, the analysis. I appreciate if I can categorize some of the issues you've raised today or around expanding the market opportunity. And I know there's an issue around, you know, delivery to the hotel establishments or lodging establishments as well. And it's good to hear also what your thoughts were, you know, on Monday. And again, I'm fully aware that we as a body need to delve back into regs where we feel some needed changes or some changes are needed to be made. A couple of things for me, and I'm going to kind of rattle them off in no particular order. Appreciate the fact that some other states do only have one agent in the car or in the vehicle for delivery. I'd be curious, just as we've looked at our own incident reports, you know, what has been the track record or history within those other jurisdictions. We also got a letter from some folks in the industry the other day that conveyed some other topics, and I'd be curious either today or when we continue the discussion on Monday, what the feelings were of you, Chair, and Commissioner Camargo on some of those other topics. Sorry, just like I'm looking over my notes as we were going through all these presentations. I think there's some other things that we ought to think about. You know, right now, delivery, you know, I think delivery, the vehicle can hold up to $10,000 worth of product. From what I've heard, there's no way a delivery operator is going to be able to hold that in the vehicle. So should we consider dropping that number and not sending a signal that these vehicles are out there, they're not all carrying $10,000 worth of product. So let's match that regulation maybe to a little bit more reality. I've talked about in the past how this is a regulatory body that's trying to keep up with a new industry that is constantly trying to innovate and be entrepreneurial. Some of our delivery operators, delivery couriers have been doing this for a couple of years now. I'd be curious, or I at least want to entertain some discussion about whether, you know, the two agents in the car or vehicle might not extend if a delivery is being made to a repeat customer. And I don't know how we would define that repeat customer. And also, you know, again, for safety, potentially allowing an agent to say, I don't feel comfortable going to this location by myself and having that kind of opt-in that I do want somebody else to go with me. So just some thoughts. I'm glad to hear this is a conversation that's ongoing, and we'll pick it up on Monday, but those are just some of my thoughts.
That's helpful. Commissioner Boyd.
Thank you. So Director Kamalo said that a big portion of this was compliance issues, maybe a need for further education. So having said that, is there a way to compile for our commissioners to see the NODs that have been, I know they're in the PFLIs and I do read them, but to compile there's 18 and then we add the marijuana transporters and we have 3 of those. So 22 entities. What are the NODs? Where are they, having compliance issues? Is there recurrent themes here that we can look at? So that would be of interest to me to see those NODs.
Okay, so what I recognize 3 things that could potentially be expanded on Monday by different groups and teams within the commission. So Commissioner Stebbins, you asked about information on our other jurisdictions who may have a singular agent and the incidents that have occurred there. So I guess that.
And I know we'll not have that, obviously.
But we might actually. That's why I'm saying that. So
right.
that is a government affairs Matt Giancola question. So that's one. I'm thinking about Matt. The next is the no towns conversation and asking those questions, and that's a legal question. And then the third is the request that I hear for Director Khumalo around NODs. Where are the compliance issues? Where are those arriving? I believe those 3 things, because it's different teams sort of taking them on. I think that there's an ability to take that back and then come on Monday with some responses. But I want to give the staff the opportunity to, weigh in on if they're able to do that. So first, because you're in the room, Acting General Counsel Carter, does that sound feasible for the legal team?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I would be happy to bring this request to the team, and I do anticipate we would be able to come up with something. The level of detail, I think maybe the way to think about it is a baseline of information that we think is relevant for your policy making purposes. And then if you have follow-up questions, we can always supplement the memo and add additional information just to make sure the commissioners have full access.
Commissioner, well, before I ask you, let me ask Matt Giancola, because I did ask something about his team and for information around other jurisdictions. Is that a feasible request between now and Monday?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll echo.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Sorry. I'll echo the General Counsel's sentiments that I think we can absolutely provide some baseline information, potentially even more in-depth information in the days following as well.
Okay. And then for the third thing that I've listed, if Director Khumalo is still here, it was a question around the NODs and compiling that information.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes.
This is something that we can definitely look into and have a response for all the commissioners of the public body by Monday.
Okay. All right. So that's helpful. I think that's all information that we can utilize and have a continued conversation for Monday. Commissioner Camargo, I want to, as the co-lead on this agenda item, do you have any additional comments or anything that you want to bring to the board?
Yeah, no, thank you. All this makes sense. The conversation makes sense. The request makes sense. I'm also very mindful that tomorrow's Friday and our meeting's on Monday. I'm very mindful of that. And I'm hearing that our team can gather that information and give us some baseline information, which if I know our team, you guys are going to work over the weekend. So I'm going to just say thank you in advance because, this is nothing you're going to get done tomorrow, one working day to present to us on Monday. So I just want to say thank you. And I think we'll anticipate some of that baseline information. The other part of it is, I'm curious in terms of the temperature. I know that the issues that were talked about today, and if I may, I'll just kind of go through them. The 2 agents in a car. Sounds like we're going to get some more information to sort of make a decision on that. Repackaging. I'm curious, and I don't know if this is myself or Madam Chair yourself, but I'm curious how people feel in terms of the temperature around repackaging. And no towns, it sounds like we're gonna need some more baseline information and some legal analysis. The increased number of licenses. I would like to kind of take the temperature on that. So I guess that's my question to the folks here, just after today's conversation. If I can ask you all, you don't have to answer if you don't want to today, but I'm just curious about your temperature when it comes to repackaging and increasing the number of licenses for this license type.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. Again, I look at the topics that have been talked about today is opportunities to expand the marketplace for delivery couriers, and also for our delivery operators. That kind of expanding the business opportunity, at least for me right now, with the information I've had or I've received, I'm comfortable with. Again, I think those are things that speak specifically to expanding the marketplace and the opportunity. That said, you expand the marketplace and you expand the opportunity, you're still also dealing with, what does that do on the margins for one of our licensees, and, if you're expanding delivery, the caveat there is that you would still right now still have to have 2 agents in the car. So, are we making marginal improvements for the lucrativeness of this license type, or, it's meaningful change? Again, I do want to go back to the point, and I apologize for not making this earlier. At some point, again, on this topic and others that we want to make some regulatory change about, we need something for the public to respond to. We need to put forth potential changes, and maybe not in the redlined regulatory format. We can put some ideas out for public comment. I appreciate that, the delivery courier, the delivery operator community has been here. They have been very active, very passionate, very vocal. We have one of them sitting in our audience. You can't see them, Commissioner Camargo, but Devin Alexander's here. But at some point, we need to put something forward for not only our licensees to respond to, but communities, to law enforcement, public safety, and public health officials to have some feedback to. So I think this is a good start to the process, officially kind of taking this up. But, some of these expanding market opportunity changes, I'm warm to, and we'll just kind of see how the conversation continues to go.
My temperature. Okay, I'll go to them all. With the 2 agents, I learned a lot of information I did not know previously. I think you alluded to that as well, Madam Chair. For the license cap, I'm open to that, but let me just add that I'm open to it with addressing this as well as micro businesses at the same time, not doing them together to increase license caps. Repackaging, Director Kamala said there have been no incidents around white labeling or repackaging, so I'm open to that. And then delivery to no towns, I obviously need to learn more, and I was going to direct my question to Acting GC Carter. When you do provide the memo, is there a way to juxtapose statutory clause that you read, the language you read, with our regulations, the language that prohibits to the no towns, and the medical, which permits it? So if we could see those all side by side, that would be helpful for us. And then to EC Lopez's statements around point of sale questions in commerce within a municipality? And do we have the authority to dictate the commerce? You know, alcohol, maybe we can glean for, even though it's not apples to apples, maybe there's something to be learned there with, I think Drizzly delivers or whoever. So those are some of the questions. If you could bake those into your memo, no pun intended, I'd be truly appreciative. Thank you.
This was an important conversation.
It was.
I mean, we'll have many other conversations about other topics that are really meaningful as well, but the goal is to understand it as much as possible and to make the right decision moving forward. So any information that can be gathered in the meantime, that's good. I guess I'll ask Acting General Counsel Carter, I've asked for a few things. Your legal seat here, does that require a motion, or can it just, can they go and do and gather information and come back on Monday?
If I may, Madam Chair. So from my perspective, I think when the board is directing action of the staff, the best course of action is through a motion, because that is an official commission action. 3 votes are what is required for an official commission action. So that is what you are asking for the staff to execute on that directive. So that would be my suggestion.
You're on mute, Chair.
Working it out. Commissioner Camargo, do you have any additional thoughts or comments?
No, I just want to thank all of us for being able to have such a productive conversation and kind of really, you know, dig down into these issues. This is what we need to do and what we need to focus on. And I know that there's other issues. Commissioner Roy, I know that you and Commissioner Stebbins have taken on micro businesses. You know, I would love to look at the economic empowerment and equity licenses, right? At a big picture at the agency. So, you know, this is, I think we're moving in the right direction to be able to work on some of these issues. I just want to say thank you. I know that folks were anticipating this conversation, and both internally, externally, people's businesses are dependent on some of these future decisions, right? So it's a big deal. And thank you for being transparent with your temperature. I think that, you know, I'm you know, Attorney Carter, if you can give us some sample language on a motion for to direct the work and continue the conversation on Wednesday, I would appreciate that. If he's speaking, we can't hear him. Is he speaking? Is someone speaking?
I'm gonna just flag me when you're ready.
Okay.
He's writing something.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we couldn't hear y'all, so I didn't know what was going on.
Okay, here we go. Hold on.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. So I wrote down, I think, the 3 tasks that I am hearing, which is the board would like to move to direct the legal department to provide a legal memo on the question regarding delivery to no towns. So that could be the first motion.
I will ask Commissioner Camargo for a motion for the legal team to develop a memo around the
delivery to no towns.
So if I may, move to direct the legal team to draft and submit a legal memo to the commission on the question of delivering to no towns.
So moved.
Commissioner Camargo, so moved. Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
Can I make a friendly amendment?
Yes.
Including statutory and regulatory language.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely, Commissioner Roy. The framing of those items will be included in the memo. You will get all of that.
Okay. The motion has been moved by Commissioner Camargo, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo? your
Aye.
vote, please. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye, 4 in favor, none opposed. Acting General Counsel Carter, can you please state the next motion language?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just, I may need your help on this one. So I believe there's a need for a motion to move to direct the investigations department to compile and submit to the commission notices of deficiency as it relates to delivery delivery type licenses.
Including marijuana transfer, all transportation and delivery, like.
All right, so we could say move to direct the investigations team to compile and submit all NODs relating to all delivery license types, including adult use and medical.
Madam Chair, can I ask a clarifying question?
Camargo?
Yeah, Commissioner Roy, so you're thinking all the NODs for everything transportation? So even like signs that they, or is it specific NODs as it relates to like drop-offs? Just because I'm thinking a lot, I think NODs are.
Yeah, if I may, Madam Chair, I think all of them, just so, because when I do read them, and a lot of them are applicable to the vehicle itself, like the body camera wasn't on, or the storage unit wasn't secure enough, or so a lot of them, or something to do with the manifest log, or like, so a lot of them, most of them are vehicle specific. So I want to know, me personally, what they are around the safety, the public safety of the vehicle, as well as the actual physical action of delivering. So.
Just a
Commissioner Camargo?
Commissioner Roy, I completely hear you, and I don't know if we should bring Director Kamalo back on for this motion to just kind of, because I hear what you're saying. I'm also thinking if we're asking for all transportation and we're asking for all NODs, you know, I don't know, we may not have to see the NOD that the sign was not placed in the right place of the door. You know what I mean? So I want to make sure, because otherwise that's a big list of NODs for all transportation. But I hear you. So I don't know. I don't run the department. So I think it'll be helpful to get Noam's take on it, if that's okay, Commissioner Roy.
Sure.
Director Kamalo?
In terms of gathering the specific information that Commissioner Roy is asking for, Commissioner Roy, do you have an idea of, for example, in terms of the period, whether it's for this whole year or for the last 3 years? If you could give us an idea, I think that would be helpful.
Sure. I mean, why don't we go back to what you did when you reported around the incidents, which I think you did January 1 of 2021 to present. And I just think it'd be easier on your team to give us all the entities as opposed to having your team cull through them, let the commissioners cull through. I mean, I'm just trying to make it easier on your team as well. But I would say January 2021 to present.
Okay. And then also to the other thing that pertaining to the fact that, you know, there are some of these NODs that are probably related to a pending matter, a pending investigation. I would ask, you know, at this time that our Assistant General Counsel, which, you know, Attorney Carter, to weigh in terms of whether we could be able to provide this information or not. But in terms of the period, if there are no objections, we'll be able to look into the information specific to all the NODs that you're requesting.
And did you hear the question that she posed to Richard? Okay, so hold on, I'll let Acting General Counsel Carter.
Thank you. And as I understand the director's question, it is, should the investigations department produce NODs that might be tied to a pending investigatory matter? So it would be my counsel that those should be set aside since they are under an active investigation, but the NOD process that has been closed out in the normal course, I think those should be made available to you.
Commissioner.
To that point, Attorney Carter, could we have them redacted? So in other words, we got a redacted report on you sent on a similar incident that's still active and we had access to, can we have them redacted?
If I may. Yes, so Commissioner Roy, thank you for that question. So generally speaking, I do think redaction is an excellent tool to use. In this instance, though, I am being mindful of the time that the expectations are for Monday. So I do wonder if maybe the investigations team can begin a cursory review of the universe of records, begin pulling, thinking about it from a public records perspective, an analogy, like we maybe do a rolling production to get it before the board. But redaction is very time intensive, and I'm not sure that there will be the ability to redact for Monday at 10 a.m. I believe.
EC Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for recognizing me. I just want to note, and I think Director Khumalo and Acting General Counsel, in terms of the ask and being able to successfully meet the ask by Monday. One other element here that I would like to flag is because these are NODs that concern security incidents potentially. And once produced, they become part of the public meeting record. I do think we want to make sure that we leave some time for the legal team to be able to conduct a review of those materials to make sure that there isn't additional information that should not be disclosed, just to avoid any inadvertent disclosure of material that could potentially be exempt under the public records law. So I think it would be prudent to take all of those factors into consideration and you know, when we're trying to meet this request, but maybe we could consider a different time frame that would allow for that due diligence.
Commissioner Roy.
Thank you. And thank you so much, EC Lopez. And I agree with you. And because that is important information and you do need the time to be able to accumulate it. And there could be significant public safety events that have happened that we should know about on a redacted basis. So I guess I'm going to turn to you, Madam Chair, and like, maybe Monday, maybe we need more time than having this on Monday to give, I feel it's not fair to staff.
I think there might be components, so that's why I'm asking.
Oh, okay.
If that's something that takes longer, then that is something that will take some more time.
Okay.
Commissioner Suddis?
Sure. Appreciate the question. Appreciate response from the team. Perhaps it might be helpful, instead of thinking this through, this information to be discussed at a public meeting, it's information that could be shared with commissioners in groups 2 by 2 to give us a better sense of the NODs, the types of NODs, and again, not to quell any information from the public, but it's helpful information to guide our policy discussions more than it's helpful to have conversations maybe about it in public. Again, recognizing the sensitivity of those documents, but I appreciate that's not anything you're going to be able to do by Monday, but I throw that out as an option.
Sure. Acting General Counsel Carter.
Yes, and I just want to thank the important issues that Councilor Lopez raised. One thing that I would like to flag for the board is there is an ability to enter into executive session to review security matters. So if the board wished to review the entirety of an NOD in closed session, that could be a possibility. Of course, we would have to notice it properly, and that all takes time. So perhaps the discussion for Monday will be a bit more staggered, if you would, which is to say the items that are available for Monday we can discuss. But I think it potentially the record gathering and the production based on the sensitivity that I'm hearing from both the director and council, that we just want to be very thoughtful about how we move through these next steps.
Stebbins.
Sure. Thank you for that question, or thank you for those comments, Acting General Counsel. I appreciate the idea of looking at all of this in executive session. I guess my only question would be, once the purpose of executive session would wear off, what that would mean to the availability of those documents as well.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. So there are other protections we could rely on under the public records law to redact or withhold. But I do take your point that what we can generally produce or discuss in open session is probably the way to go. So whether that is redactions to Commissioner Roy's point, or whether we do 2x2, to your point, whether we go into executive session to review it, it sounds to me like there's a number of options. So I think that ultimately I defer to the board, but perhaps a little bit further contemplation is required.
Thank you, Acting General Counsel Carter. I am going to ask Commissioner Camargo if you have any thoughts or comments that you wish to make at this point.
Thank you. Thank you, Attorney Carter, and thank you, Commissioner Stebbins, for that question. I think for the purposes of Monday, as of right now on the agenda, I believe we have this social consumption and one other thing, I believe. I think because I want to manage expectations, specifically internal expectations, but also external expectations, because this is a conversation that folks have been waiting for. What we're asking our compliance team to do is a lot with one day of work. 7-8 hours of work, and of course they're going to work beyond that. I think that Commissioner Stebbins's recommendation about 2x2 could be very helpful around the security, the NODs, and I think that would have to be something that we work on next week. I don't think that's something that we're going to be able to talk about or take a vote on Monday. And I know that folks are anticipating the 2 agents in a car, sort of moving forward, and it is moving forward. We just want to make sure it's moving forward in the right way. So I would recommend that we do the 2x2 and that we give our staff time, from now into the end of next week to sort of, or a few days, to sort of collect all that information to then be able to present to us 2x2. I think that's effective and also mindful of staff time. So that's my recommendation for that. I think on Monday, we can come back and talk about no towns, repackaging, and increasing the number of licenses for this license type, and see where we end up on Monday. But I just want to be very mindful to manage expectations.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, if I may, Chair, how do folks, I almost want to put a motion to do the 2x2, but how do folks feel about that and giving, and Commissioner Roy, to your point, sort of giving our team some time as well. It is obvious that at this point, we will not be discussing the 2 agents in a vehicle on Monday. We need some time and we need some data. So I know that we have another meeting in November. We can always call a new meeting if we have to, but I think in all fairness that we give ourselves some time, our team some time, so that we can have the right information. And from now to the next meeting, we meet with our team and get all this information. And Commissioner Roy, I hear you on wanting to see all of them. I understand what you're saying now, to sort of look at it holistically, right? So that would be my recommendation just to begin. Yeah.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. You know, I would suggest we don't necessarily need a motion today. I think staff, you know, as it relates to looking at these notices, deficiency and other investigative information that might be helpful to us, I'd give them the opportunity to go back and look at what that body and scope of information is, and then return to us with an approach and, you know, think through a timeline that they can present that information to us. But they might be able to have something to report on Monday, but I'm not sure we need to kind of bind them right now with a vote and a motion to deliver something.
I'm in agreement with that. I think what's helpful is we've already acted on the motion for the no towns, that information. And I agree with you, Commissioner Camargo, the conversation, at least for Monday's purposes, will focus on those three other items, the caps, repackaging, no towns. Yeah, Commissioner Roy?
Oh, yeah, just to follow up on Commissioner Stebbins, he had requested other jurisdiction incidents. Was that Matt and his team?
That was Matt and his team, but I believe that was in reference to the 2 agent pool, if I'm not mistaken. Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. No, obviously appreciate the homework looking at what other jurisdictions done. We've heard about how Massachusetts might be or is an outlier with respect to the agent rule. I would be curious, and again, this is a question of how quickly the team might be able to have their hands on that information, be able to look at what those other jurisdictions have experienced, because they do have the 1 agent requirement, or 1 agent. Right?
And I believe Director Giancola said it was feasible to at least have some baseline information by Monday. You know,
That is correct.
Okay, all right, I was gonna ask if that was correct. So in that case, I do believe that warrants some motion language so that we can officially direct you, Director Giancola, to work on that information and bring it back to the entire commission on Monday. Commissioner.
Sure.
Did I call you Commissioner Roy? Commissioner Stebbins.
All sorts of promotions, Director, Commissioners. Madam Chair, I would move that the commission direct Director Giancola and the policy staff to assemble and provide as much information from other jurisdictions that currently require only 1 agent per vehicle with respect to cannabis delivery, and any related information about incidents that have arisen in those regulatory jurisdictions.
We have a motion.
And a friendly amendment, and to also delineate medical deliveries from adult use in other jurisdictions.
Okay. Sure. We have a motion by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Roy, is there a second?
Second.
I will now do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. 4 in favor, none opposed, the motion carries. And I believe that's the last motion for this section today. Are there any other questions before we move on to the next agenda item? And maybe, Commissioner Camargo, I'm sorry, I'm going too fast. If you have any closing comments that you want to provide at this point.
No, I just want to say thank you. I'm so proud of us for just really having this conversation and really thinking it through and taking the time, but also just really being mindful. And again, I think all of us, I will speak for myself, but I love the work that we're doing. I love the industry. And I think that these are the moments now for us to really, look at what our cohort 1 did and what we can do better. So I just want to thank you all and really proud of us for having this conversation today. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. I think I will just close by saying some of the same comments that I began with. It's a unique topic because we've all worked on it. We've all done, visits, having meetings, reading. So I think it's fitting for us to have a different sort of conversation around it because it's a collective. And I think going forward, for this topic in particular, is I think that today made it really clear that we're all really mindful about this, and we want to get it right. So that is all. I will say thank you and move on to our next agenda item. Okay, so
Madam
next,
Chair, Madam
yes,
Chair, I'm so
Commissioner
sorry. Can I
Fargo.
entertain a motion to take a 10-minute or 5-minute bio
Yes.
break? Commissioner
Yes.
Roy,
I'm with you.
So, okay, moved by Commissioner Camargo, seconded by Commissioner Roy. That's what it is. Commissioner Camargo,
aye.
it's a 10-minute break. That's what, I'm sorry, I didn't even say that. It's a 10-minute break, so 3
10-minute break.
So, all right, Commissioner Camargo, Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Static, yes.
Chair votes aye. 10-minute break until 3:10.
I know I am. Well, the shovels falling.
And we are back. Okay, so where did we leave off? Okay, so we're still in commission discussion and votes. The next item on the agenda is the audit update. This conversation discussion is being presented by our wonderful Chief Operating Officer, who is breaking my heart, Alyssa Stack.
Well, thank you, and I'm still here. I'm not going to get weepy. I'm going to say thank you, and I'll wrap up. But I'm not going to weep before we talk about the audit, because the audit is actually good news.
Okay.
So, first of all, this is an audit that began in the audit team started working with us in February 2021 under a previous auditor, and the audit period that they examined, which is highlighted here, January 1, 2019 through December 31st, 2020. That time period begins 6 weeks into Massachusetts's legal adult use sales and 1 week after the commission took over the medical marijuana program. Our commission looks are very, very different than it did during the audit period. That said, as I go through some of these, we recognize as a commission, we have very high standards. And I think the previous discussion and all the regulatory review that everyone is going through, it shows that anything less than 100% is unacceptable. And before the audit team's findings, we were taking actions to address testing dates, monthly reports, doing other activities to improve. And I'll go through some of those, but I just wanted to set the scene a little bit with that. So as I mentioned, the audit period covered January 1 to 2019 through December 31st, 2020. You'll also recognize that during that time frame, as I mentioned, we were just beginning, but also in that time frame, we had the EVALI crisis, which was related to vaporizers, and we also had a little thing called COVID-19. So in this audit period, we were doing a lot. So there was a lot to look through. The audit started in February 2021, and the report just came out. During the time at which we were working with the audit team, they had total access to everything, including seed to sale. And I think this was a very successful collaboration within the commission with our vendors, particularly seed to sale and licensing vendors, and with the audit team itself. They had, again, total access to files, data, people, and I think we learned a lot and appreciated the carefulness with which they conducted their work. That gets to the findings that I have on this slide. And again, want to mention that anything less than 100% compliance with what the auditors were looking at is not acceptable, and we've continued to make these improvements. But first of all, to start, the audit team found that less than 1% of products sold during the audit period contained some component. So it could be an overall product that some part of that component of that product had last been tested for contaminants over a year before. And because the auditor was looking at how well we comply with our own standards, that was an area they highlighted for us to tighten our controls and make sure that all the testing dates are good for any component in any product sold. They also found in a few cases there were unreported positive pesticide tests. Again, we're being audited against our own standard, and we have a 72-hour reporting requirement. The commission's response to that to the auditor was that we believe for one case mentioned, at least for all case mentions, our controls did work. Our investigators found those cases of not meeting the 72-hour reporting requirement. And at least in one case, again, it resulted in an investigation and in a fine. So we believe our controls worked. The audit team believes we need more controls that are more like a push to make it easier for us to detect any kind of non-compliance. And then the audit team also found that we had insufficient cybersecurity training. Again, mentioned that the audit period started in 2019, went into 2020. This was at the very beginning of the commission. Some of the commission staff had been received cybersecurity training when we were under the comptroller. Some had not, but in any case, again, being audited against standard, we couldn't prove that everybody had that training, but we do now. And all of you, particularly the commissioners, know that you get prompted for your cybersecurity training. Every employee now, when they start at the commission, also gets their cybersecurity training. Again, we would have loved an audit report that found us at 100%, and anything less than that is unacceptable. This is a commission with very high standards, and particularly when it comes to health and safety. So despite the audit, whether or not we were audited, the commission was making improvements since we started. We made changes to the regulations, we made changes to testing protocols, we increased numbers of investigators, and we've increased the numbers of independent testing laboratories. We also now have regular reporting from a data manager to do some of that more proactive, or I would say active, reporting to investigators and compliance officers on testing and testing compliance. Within our seed to sale system, there's now embedded limits within the seed to sale system to prohibit independent testing laboratories from passing a product through with test results that are outside of contamination limits. There's a product category chart to ensure product test type requirements are easily identified by all users. And any failures for a test fail or a retest failed or failed product cannot be transferred to retail. That's just some examples of the things that we have been working on and will continue to work on to improve our performance against our own standards.
So can you repeat the first one that you said? I missed that.
In June 2021, independent test lab batches are now required for all testing to be complete. They can't move through the process unless all the testing is complete. So there are embedded limits within our seed to sale system that prohibit the independent testing laboratories from passing a product with test results outside of contamination limits. Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
Okay. We also have, as I mentioned, data managers created a monthly report of testing dates from the seed to sale system and provides that report directly to investigators and compliance officers. That contains all licensees' inventory, prioritizing retailers and MTCs. Also, something that was started and was being built in during the audit time period is now in wide use is our case management system. That was not something that we were born with. It's something we had to develop and we'll continue to improve on that. Mentioned we have grown tremendously in our numbers of staff and prioritized hiring investigators. A little foreshadowing, I think you'll see that again in our future budgets as well, that we're not done hiring investigators. And I think that's a key. Our human resource, our human controls are a really important part of our controls as a compliance and regulatory body. We've also accepted the Massachusetts Department of Agricultural Resources policy and modifications on hemp. And that was not a finding, but a note in the audit report. And again, I think this is a really good example of the commission working well across Commonwealth and collaborating with MDAR on how we regulate the products in the plant. Also, as of 2023, the commission reports all positive pesticide tests, including those that are below a qualification limit. Those are all reported to MDAR, to Massachusetts Department of Agricultural Resources. Updated test lab and testing protocols in February 2021 that updated and added reporting obligations for independent testing laboratories on pesticide detection limits to ensure compliance. Additional heavy metal information and additive disclosures are required, including for vitamin E acetate. Now, again, that's not something that was necessarily an audit finding, but I want to highlight it here again as an example of things that our team was doing during the audit period and without having to be told, frankly, that these are things that we recognize that as a commission, we need to do for the health and safety of consumers and patients. And as I mentioned too, we have robust cybersecurity training for all of our employees. It meets the statewide standards and includes regular updates and tests trainings for everybody. By no means are we finished. And again, a little foreshadowing on my last bullet. The commission needs its full budget, and we need to grow our budget to continue to make these improvements. If there's anything that the audit report I think really stands out is that we can prove what we did. We can always improve on what we've done and what we need to do, but to do that, we need funding. The cost to our vendors for key compliance systems like our licensing software and our seed to sale system have increased. With the changes and increased performance, that might be something in future fiscal years that we would need to add more requirements to, and more requirements are more money. And as I mentioned, I think our most important control are our human beings. Our investigators, our compliance officers, our attorneys who help them interpret, our operations team who make sure they have the equipment to do all of those pieces, our IT team, which links the humans to the technology. This is all payroll intensive. And again, for us to get to 100% where we want to be, it's going to take more money. And that is something I think, again, foreshadowing what the commissioners will see in November, and what the governor's office and the legislators, I hope, will see, is that we want to continue to improve. And to do that, it will take a full budget. That's where I'll conclude my remarks. See if there is any questions or comments or any things I can mention.
Thank you, Chief Operating Officer Stack. Thank you for the tremendous amount of work that you and your team have done. Not only, gathering the information for us, but working with the auditor's office and ensuring that there was that free flow of information. So thank you. I'll see. Do any of my fellow commissioners have any questions at this point? Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for that report. My question is around us aligning our policy with MDR in regards to hemp. So in 2018, the Commission adopted the DPH existing testing protocols, which were 10 parts per billion. And MDR has 0 parts per billion. So is that has been aligned, or is it just the list of acceptable pesticides? I know the list was expanded on certain pesticides. Is that where the alignment is, or now we 0 parts per billion?
So I think where we ended up is that if we get something, even if it is below that quantifiable limit, that below the 10 parts, we're going to notify MDR. So that's what we've aligned to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. Thank you, CEO Stack, and I want to thank the team that worked so closely with the auditor's team to walk through the information. I'm sure for the auditor's team, this is a new industry. They're learning as they go along, and appreciate their willingness to understand our processes, understand our procedures, work closely alongside our team. And, my other comment is I just appreciate the final words of the report, which are, we appreciate the actions taken by the CCC in response to this audit report. We know this isn't one and done. We know the state auditor comes back and reviews every agency, I think, on like a 5-year rolling basis. So, the auditor was clear that we'll be able to assess the CCC's actions going forward in a future audit. So, this is one and done, but it's a good report, and appreciate their partnership with us and the great work of our team again.
And so just last thing, if you have more questions, or if you have common and frequently asked questions, you can find those questions and answers on our website under the public resources.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions on this item before we move to the next agenda item? Okay. So we're going back to you, COO Stack.
Right.
So the next conversation is Boston office lease conversation.
Yes, and it dovetails nicely with our budget and resource discussion. couple meetings ago and frequently in updating the commission and the public on our budget is the commission did not get its full maintenance budget. And so, as I mentioned in past briefs, we are looking at things that prioritize the people and prioritize our payroll, making sure we have sufficient payroll and inshallah enough for growth in the future. One of those cost savings is our Boston office and entering into some lease discussions to save us some money there. I'm going to turn it over to Megan Dubing, who is our business operations manager, and have her take you through some of what she's found. She is the lead on this project. And then we have a request or a motion to make for the commissioners to continue, and then I'll close this out. So over to Megan.
So what we are currently looking at regarding the Boston lease is either reducing our footprint in that office or giving up the office entirely. There's a couple things, as Alyssa stated, this allows us to be fiscally responsible, but also allows us to address our budget issue that we're in right now. A third piece that I'd like to bring forward is, in addition to meeting those goals internally, it aligns with the policy of the executive department agencies to promote a hybrid work model and continue to reduce cost, minimize office footprint, reduce traffic congestion, and decrease environmental pollution related to transportation and office energy consumption. So in our return to office planning, we asked all of the staff to choose which their home office would be, whether it be headquarters in Worcester or our satellite office in Boston. Overwhelmingly, our staff and commissioners both chose Worcester as their headquarters office. 105 of our staff chose Worcester, with 21 choosing Boston, and 4 of our commissioners chose Worcester, with 1 choosing Boston. Not to say that there won't be an impact to those that did choose Boston, but we do want to acknowledge that Worcester was the primary choice of most of our staff. So we've started talking with DCAM, the Division of Capital Assets Management and Maintenance, and they are actually the agency that holds our leases, and then we lease through them. So any changes would be facilitated through DCAM. So we've reached out and asked them to reach out to other state agencies that may be looking for office space and may be interested in taking over the office or using a shared model for our Boston office. There are no set changes right now. There's no contract changes to present, but some of the options that we are exploring are sharing our office in a 50-50 split with another agency. And DCAM also continues to look for a second agency that would take over that second 50%. I think the most compelling piece of all of this is what we could see for savings. And I'll start with, if we were to do a 50-50 split, ideally we would get somebody in by the end of the year for that 50-50 split. If we got somebody in by January, we'd see over $75,000 in savings for this fiscal year. Our current lease annually in Boston is $260,955. So if we were to get somebody to take over the whole space, or 2 agencies to take over the whole space by January, we could see over $130,000 saved in this fiscal year. We would maintain shared spaces if we do a 50-50 space, or our staff would still have access to conference rooms and things like that in that office. But why we're bringing this to this meeting, and there was a sense of urgency to kind of act on this, is the agencies that are interested in this space are going to continue to look until they find the place that they can move into. So what we're asking today is for the commissioners to allow the operations department to continue moving forward in this process up to releasing the entire Boston office.
So the motion that we're asking you to consider is to empower the business operations manager to take on negotiations with DCAM on behalf of the commission. And of course, Megan would keep the commissioners and all of our staff informed on how that's going, so that people can make plans and have discussions. I think it is a very compelling financial case to look at it, that not just for this year, for while we're in a current budget crisis, but I do think for future years, a lot to what Megan highlighted, and just we work a different way than we did 4 years ago. And I would also mention the commission was born in shared space with the gaming commission. So we have a history of this. I think there are really, again, compelling reasons to do it now and in the future. And I think it's important to give Megan that runway to negotiate on behalf of this body.
Thank you both. Are there any questions or comments from my fellow commissioners? Commissioner Stebbins.
Yeah, appreciate the presentation, the report, and we've had kind of some pre-briefings to get updated on this, but I think it's appropriate for us to take this step, move the conversations forward, and whatever we can save on overhead, we save with respect to payroll, and it's well that we have to swallow, or bite we have to swallow, whatever the analogy is.
Megan, for the shared space option, does that permit the 21 employees to remain in that space? Is there still enough?
It does.
It does. So I guess my commissioner, I'll pause for a moment. Commissioner Camargo.
Thank you. Just a kind of comments, few questions. Thank you, Alyssa. Thank you, Megan, for presenting and for also just doing the due diligence needed to start having these conversations. I know it's tough. I think about recruitment. I think about HR. I think about, I know that the times have changed and that we're working differently. And I understand the numbers in terms of most of our employees picking Worcester. I also just think about the future. I also think about having some type of, drop-in presence in Boston for meetings or, outreach to, places like the State House and meetings that we need to have and things like that. So I guess my question is just more of, what does that look like? What are our thoughts around that for the future? If we completely get rid of our space, then where does that leave us? For folks who, do live in the area and have been, recruited or, however you may see it, but, how would that look like in the future?
So I think that the solution that we're offering up right now is to address the current fiscal year. We just started our return to office model, our hybrid model. We're just trying this out for the first time. I think that we need to remain flexible. And if we find over the next 6 months that there is really a need to have drop-down space that is dedicated for the commission somewhere in Boston, we can explore those options. And maybe we become that shared model in somebody else's space again. Maybe we look at a couple of offices or a conference space. Right now, we're not seeing full utilization of our conference spaces in Boston. We're not seeing heavy utilization of our office in Boston. So I think to address it for this fiscal year and try to find as much savings in this fiscal year, which it's not just a want, it's a we have to find that. And then really keep getting feedback from staff. Talk about what is the return to office, what does our hybrid model really look like? What spaces do we really need to have and return to that, in fiscal 25.
And I just, sorry, wanted to mention, I want to be a speed bump here. We're going to solutions. To get to that solution, we need to empower someone to negotiate and bring back the options and the solutions. And right now, Megan's done this research and she's now toes to the chalk line. So for any agency, including DCAM, to continue to cooperate with us, our motion today is to empower Megan to continue that discussion and come back to you with solutions, come back to the team with possibles, with office share, or is there someone who can take over the lease entirely? But we can't get to those solutions without empowering, I think, Megan to do those negotiations.
So I want to make sure that I'm understanding, because in front of me, so what the team has drafted are two motion options. And one is if the commission wants to move in the direction of closing the office completely, and the other is the shared space option that you've outlined. Are you sort of recommending a more broad direction?
I think either of those two is enough, again, to get toes over the chalk line.
Okay.
But again, it's really about empowering so that we can go forward. And if you want to put limits on that negotiating authority, that's absolutely the commission's ability to do. As a COO, I love broad. So, but we did draft those are coordinated, and that is the option before you.
Okay.
I did want to mention the recruiting aspect of it, this too. One of the reasons for selecting Worcester as a headquarters was the idea that being in central Massachusetts, the commission would be able to be more attractive to people who are in Western Mass, Central Mass, South. We would be more attractive as an employer for people who don't have to drive into Boston or commute into Boston. Of course, though, a lot of the population lives in the eastern part of the state. So I think in terms of recruitment and retention, it's almost 6 of one, half dozen of the other. But having the location here, I think we have seen probably, and again, just by where people picked their offices, I think we have some evidence that strategy of being able to attract people from throughout the state has some merit. But again, it's nobody likes driving to work. I'll go with that, right? Nobody likes having to drive to an office. But we have some choices and some flexibility now.
Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Megan, you had mentioned the term underutilization. What do you mean by that? Is it quantified? Do we know how much the office is used versus not used?
So even just using the 21 people choosing that office, it's not 21 people on one day. And we certainly, in the 4,000 square foot office, have space for more than 21 people in that office. We aren't seeing, I've been watching the conference room booking. I'm not seeing that conference rooms are booked in any kind of even over 50% capacity for what could be booked for, a week. So that's where that is coming from.
And I think too, another point of that though, is a large portion of the commission staff and a lot of the commission staff that we want to grow, their office is their vehicle. We want people on the road. So we also want a place for people to come back to, and there are some teams that are meeting in the headquarters, or they're meeting at Boston, or they're doing other meetings. So we want to enable that flexibility. But I think the options that Megan has presented and what she's heard from DCAM allow us that flexibility with some savings.
Acting General Counsel Carter.
Yes, absolutely. Can you hear me?
Let me make sure. Commissioner Camargo, are you able to hear Acting General Counsel Carter? She can hear you.
Perfect. Yes, thank you. Just a few things to flag for our contemplation, and I think the splitting of the office is a very interesting concept. I would note that the capital is Boston. We are a state agency. That means the executive branch, the legislative branch, and the judicial branch are all located in Boston. And while I think the ability to recruit from both the Boston side and the Worcester side could be a very interesting competitive advantage. While there are people who have come to work here because it is in Worcester, I am also aware of the inverse. So just for a fullness of discussion, for your contemplation as policymakers, I just wanted to share that perspective with you.
Commissioner Roy.
Thank you. When we had our 2x2 meeting, you had mentioned that the shared space would be different than, like, in other words, now folks from the commission come in, they have access to the premium office space. So what does the new normal look like if we shared like that? I guess the premium office space would go to it. So could you talk about that a little bit, how that would be different?
Yes, absolutely. So again, the agency that is currently interested, hopefully stays interested, is looking at about 40% of the office that they're looking to take over, 44%. And they would be looking for the premium offices. The public doesn't have probably a sense of what this looks like, but we have 3 large offices against windows, 2 offices that are across from that. And it's pretty, there's not necessarily a door in between the rest of the space, but it is separated by walls from the rest of the space. The agency that's interested is looking at taking over those premium 5 offices in a cubicle that sits outside. And what that ends up looking like, we would be hoping for a 50-50 split. But again, this is negotiations that until we are empowered to move forward with those negotiations, we don't have, that full sense of being able to say this is exactly what it would look like and this is where it would end with that contract.
Megan, from your perspective, just diving a little bit more into that shared space option, do you think there might be an opportunity farther down the line to also relieve ourselves of the shared component if we so decided?
There's potential. I mean, I can't speak to what the other agency is going to need, down the line. Right now, there's potential to, we already have another agency that's toured through and is looking at that second half. So we already have that opportunity possibly being presented to us to have the full savings of the $130K for this year.
Commissioner,
thank you. So Worcester versus Boston, like how many years lease is left on Worcester, and is Boston year-to-year lease?
No, they're both 10-year leases. Okay. Boston started in August of 2019 and Worcester started in January of 19. The Boston lease ends July 31st, 29, and the Worcester office ends January 17th, 29. A couple other facts about, the difference between the 2 leases. Boston is a 4,500 square foot office and we pay about $59 per square foot. Worcester is a almost 15,000 square foot office and we pay about $34 per square foot.
Commissioner Camargo, Commissioner Stebbins, do either of you have any questions that you want to ask? Commissioner Camargo? Thank you. So understanding the information that was just presented, I will take a temperature because there are 2 options that have been formulated here. One is the complete closure and the other being the shared space option. And it will be helpful just to gain sort of the perspective of my fellow commissioners on if you're leaning in one direction more so than the other, and any additional input you want to provide. So I'll just do alphabetical order. Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with moving forward to figure out solutions, and that means both of the solutions. I think there's 2 things on the table, and I think we need to start moving forward in terms of figuring out what those solutions are.
Okay. So your recommendation is to do both motions and give Megan the authority to negotiate either or?
That's a good question. I think for me right now, it's let's move forward and figure out the sort of sublease kind of option. And then I guess I'll wait to hear how folks feel about closing the Boston office. But for me, I think that first one sounds reasonable for right now, especially not
shared space.
The shared space, yeah.
Okay.
But again, I'm. Do we have more conversation? I can kind of give you the temperature on closing the Boston office. But if we, for budgetary purposes, if, I mean, we're dealing with, some stuff right now in terms of our budget, and I get it. I understand, and I understand the future of the workspace.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the gradual option is probably the way to start in reserving the full option if down the road if we need it. Now we're $600,000 in a shortfall, and this will help with $130,000. So that means our work is not done. We need to continue to look for creative ways, while preserving our workforce on how to tighten our belt, right?
Just one correction on that. If you go with the 50% option, it doesn't save the $130,000. It saves
75,000.
So
you're right. Yeah, I'm sorry. So, okay, so that's $600,000 shortfall. This will save 75. So we still have to figure out $525,000 somewhere along the line. But I hear Andrew's point where, like someone like Matt and his team, they do legislative outreach and so to go up the hill is important. So I don't think this is obviously not going to cure all of our ills, but perhaps the gradual start and then having the option to reevaluate if we. Now, how would that work, Megan? So if you negotiate the shared space and we save 75,000, we're locked in for a year at that? Like, how long do we lock in at the shared, like,
we would be adding the other agency to our lease in full. So it wouldn't be that they would just be renting it out for a year. We would be adjusting the entire lease. So they would be
Till 2029.
Yeah, until 2029.
But if we want to walk away prior, how does that, in other words, we sign it, their share, so we're co-equal sharing the space, or we have 40%, they have 60%. And then a year from now, we say, we need to just completely remove ourselves from this office. How does that work in that point?
We have to hope that there's somebody that wants to come in and use a shared model. Okay. And that the shared model that is left to share meets what they want to use. So the advantage of being able to look at the entirety right now, even if we decide not to do the full release of the office, empowering us to be able to have those conversations about the entire office gives us, I feel, stronger negotiating power.
Do we incur any penalties from either renegotiating this lease with I know it's through DCAM, but we or walking away or finding, like, is there any monetary penalties we would incur?
If we're filling the space, if we're not breaking the lease, which is what we would not be looking for it in any way, there isn't a penalty for us bringing in another agency to share the lease or to take over the lease.
Okay. Well, that's interesting, because we might be putting ourselves in a predicament where it's no longer suitable because we've rationed out the most appealing portion of the office space.
I feel that's something as we go through these negotiations, we have to be cognizant of, and that's why I asked for the authority to look at the whole space. We don't need to, we can have the conversations as we see what the options are. Yeah, it becomes a little bit more difficult.
So Megan, do you mind explaining a little bit more? We're giving you, the request is to give you the ability to do what?
To go into negotiation with DCAM and move forward when we are able to move forward, so that we would not have to come back to a public meeting. We wouldn't have to wait for when it comes up, that we have our monthly meeting, that we're able to move at the speed that DCAM needs us to move at. So giving me the authority to go
make the decision
all the way up to releasing our entire lease. And that doesn't mean that the conversations don't continue internally.
Acting General Counsel Carter.
Yes, if I may, so the motion before would be for Megan to be the decision maker on closing the Boston office. Is that the request?
No, it's to empower Megan to negotiate. So right now, maybe I'm glad you asked that because I can clarify sort of what's happening, what I've asked. And I've gone to Commissioner Camargo, Commissioner Roy, and I have not yet engaged Commissioner Stebbins. First is the question on whether or not the direction, either the closure of the complete office or the shared space option. And Megan will take that directive from us on. Does that answer your question on
Yes,
which?
absolutely. I think that would be my suggestion that the board
Yeah.
make the ultimate decision and then direct staff to execute on that decision.
That's what, yes. Thank you. Thank you, Acting General Counsel Carter. Commissioner Stebbins, what are your thoughts?
You know, I'm of the feeling that I want to empower business project manager Megan to have the opportunity to interact with DCAM. I understand there is some time and of the essence, both for us to be fiscally responsible as a commission as well as DCAM again. Trying to negotiate from a lot of feelers that they might get from agencies looking for other space. I want to give her that authority. At the same time, we can post a meeting within 48 hours if there's a deal you want to bring back to us. Not, I'm just thinking of the expediency and trying to respond to when DCAM gets anything important. First of all, empower you to feel that you can approach the chair and say, we have an opportunity in front of us. I told DCAM we need 48 hours so we can post a meeting and walk through the details of it. But, I'm certainly willing to empower you to begin those commitments. Our COO says, you're at the 1 yard line, you're at the chalk line, whatever, we need to help engage you to go on the other side of that and really begin to be an effective advocate, negotiator for us. We know there's an opportunity to save money here. We know there's an opportunity to still allow a presence right now for our team to have space to work out of Boston, but at the same time, I don't want to miss the opportunity for us to free up some space, have an impact on our overall bottom line. If there's an agency right now that's anxious to find space and we can afford them.
Acting General Counsel Carter.
Yes, and then just another point of clarity. So the motion that I drafted was to empower commission staff to execute on any decision. As you are aware, the legal department plays a significant role in contract negotiations. So just flagging that point as well, as opposed to designating one particular person. Yes, absolutely. There had been some discussion about empowering the business operation manager to execute on the commission's decision. The motion that I drafted was broader, was to have commission staff execute on a decision made by the board. And one of my thinking around that is the legal department plays a very significant role in contract negotiations, formation, execution, amendment. So I would think that it would be a broader group as opposed to one particular person making executing on your decision.
Commissioner Stebbins, is your suggestion to give Megan the ability to negotiate, but not to finalize anything until coming back to the board?
That would be my preference. Again, I'm mindful of timelines. I'm mindful of that kind of needed decision. Can't wait a month. So, I want to offer her, in perhaps working with the legal team, I want to offer her the flexibility and comfort of knowing she can contact the chair, post something if we need to make a decision. But, fielding those offers, fielding those inquiries, we want to I think, offer her the opportunity to bring something forward to us, let us evaluate it, let us understand what the dollars being saved would be. But we need that initiative to kind of kick this off in the right direction.
CO.
Yes. Thank you. I think Andrew's right. And again, what our interest is again was empowering Megan to do negotiations. Andrew's right. Any changes to the lease, we will want legal to review. We want finance to double check the letters. This is a team effort at the staff level. But that's what we need you to authorize the team. So if I was imprecise in my language, because I'm so focused and care so much about Megan, that's where the imprecision comes from. But
no, the language I have is staff, it's commission
Yeah.
staff, so it's accurate. And I think that's probably our acting general counsels. Okay. Acting General Counsel Carter.
Yes, if I may. So what I'm hearing from Commissioner Stebbins is a motion to direct staff to bring a document, I think, to the place of execution, and then the board would be the one to ultimately vote up or down. Is that, am I hearing you correct, Commissioner Stebbins?
I think that's the sentence, and I'm looking for some answers. I mean, I'm not as familiar with the DCAM process. I know that, again, DCAM is critical to this whole process, right? But, you know, at some point we need somebody who's bringing the deal forward, sharing it with their team, understanding what the impacts are, and then before full execution has to bring something back to us.
Understood. Thank you.
Chief Staff.
it's just looking, so the, just wanted to make sure. So the executive director signed the previous lease. So that's another body entity we're not talking about in here, but any kind of change, since there's commission, we wouldn't have 5 signatures. There would be somebody empowered below the commission level to sign the lease. So I think, correct me if I get the history wrong here, but I think what we've done for previous lease activities is, as Andrew said, the commission votes to empower staff to do the work. Staff does the work, can apprise the commission of, you empowered us to do the work. Here's where we're coming out on the lease. And then executive director would be because executive director's head of agency committing resources, executive director signs the lease instead of 5 people signing the lease. But again, just to get there, we're looking for that direction from commissioners to tell all the staff bodies, go and do that. And also the ability to tell DCAM that Megan, Andrew, others are acting in good faith with your confidence in moving in the direction you want to go.
So what I've gathered from my fellow commissioners is an interest in exploring both options.
Okay.
So that's what I'm trying to reconcile. And if I'm wrong in the way that I'm interpreting that, please let me know. I just feel like that we sort of landed in a place of not, Commissioner Boyd?
Yeah, and I agree, exploring all options. So there might be even something creative we're not even thinking about today that could come up. So what, like, so maybe you bring 3 options to us and we say A, B, or C, and the commission decides, well, C is the best option. So before executing a final option, bring all options to us, I would say.
I just want to raise a point in the negotiation side and what the process actually looks like. Ideal that, you know, if we were at the beginning and we weren't talking about space that is already there and that people are looking at to move into, DCAM needs to continue the conversation. They're, you know, essentially the realtor for both the buyer and the seller. So if the buyer isn't feeling that there's progress, or that we're looking at, maybe we're going to bring in somebody else and they're going to sit in here instead of you, or maybe we are going to look at a full office, or we're going to look at half. They need to know what the parameters they're working within are. And I think that that's what we're also asking of you now, is we need to have some general parameters of half is okay, and let's also potentially look at more. The whole thing is comfortable, and now I can tell DCAM to continue looking to fill that whole piece.
Okay.
We need to have some sort of parameters. We can't work with 3 different people and then come back and say,
Right.
you
Okay.
know,
Nick, so I'll rephrase this. Like 3 fellow commissioners, is anyone of the position that they think we should close the Boston office?
Rephrase that.
Do you believe that the best course of action is to close the Boston office? I know that's a very different question. I'm
Yeah, I mean,
sick off my.
Emotionally, no, like, you know, monetarily, yes, emotionally, no, I mean,
That's
you
what
know.
we would be giving Megan the call to action to close. So we need to be comfortable in that space. If we're not comfortable in doing that, then that's on the table. So I just want to take it off the table if it's not where we're at. That's my reason for asking like that. I know that that was very. Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, Commissioner Roy, you said it, right? Emotional versus factual and,
Right.
you know, saving money. But I mean, Megan, first of all, thank you. I know that this is a lot. I know that negotiations are a lot and you're dealing with state agencies. That's not easy. It doesn't happen overnight. We may lose someone to help us sort of sublet. It's like a roommate situation, right? If we can empower Megan to continue with the negotiations, and come back to us, you know, even if it's 2 on 2.
That's not hearing what she's saying. She's
No?
saying, no, so there it's moving so quickly. She needs to be able to
Yes.
continue in those negotiations in this space. So go ahead.
I know. I hear that. I know what she's saying in terms of it's moving really quickly, but I guess what I'm saying or asking is move quickly, but can you come back and let us know? You know, we don't have to be in a public meeting. You can meet with us 2 on 2 so that we can make sort of the final decision. I guess I'm saying that. So I know things are moving quickly. I think we empower you to move quickly, and come and update us quickly so that we can make that decision.
I'll push back a little bit about the meeting 2 on 2 and having a decision done that way. I don't see how that could happen.
I was just thinking before, if we don't, you know, if something happens before the next public meeting. So I'm just thinking in terms of that, but I hear you. So I respect that.
Megan.
and what I'd say is, it's, you know, we have our own internal resources that have to do all of this. DCAM has their resources that they have to decide if they're allocating their resources to working on this. They have to do the lease changes. It's not us making these changes. It's DCAM that has to make a lease change, and they come back and what we're asking for the empowerment to say is, yes, we're good with this lease change. We work with our legal team, we work with our finance team to make sure that it meets whatever parameters you all set forward.
Yeah.
As what that bumper is for us.
I think that the thing that was compelling to me, but I think I've been processing something myself. But when Attorney Carter mentioned the having the option of Boston as being sort of the thing that appeals to not only current employees but prospective employees. I heard that, so I was trying to work through this in my mind. But I think that what we could do is revisit the conversation about sort of the hybrid work environment as well. And I think that would do something to still provide an appealing employment option and opportunity for people. So with that in mind, I understand there's more to gain from the complete closure. And I think that might answer that concern as well. Acting General Counsel Carter.
Yes, just for sort of clarity purposes, and this would be through the chair to Megan or Alyssa. There is an entity potentially interested, right, in renting half of the space now.
Potentially, yes.
So perhaps maybe if we are, it sounds to me like that is an offer that we could explore. That could be a good first step. And I also have heard sort of Megan's point, which is, you know, we can't wait around and go shopping for offers. We got to take what's in front of us. So I wonder if we empower Megan and the staff to begin negotiations on the offboarding of 50% of the lease. That gives us some savings. It means we don't have to make a final decision regarding closure now. The other piece I'll say, right, is, I mean, there has been a discussion about 21 people who work there. As one of them, I have not had a conversation with HR or anyone about the impact on me and my team. And the other thing I'll say is, as the acting general counsel, my team is entirely Boston-based. The legal industry is Boston-based, right? So when we file rights with the secretary, that's in Boston. When we go to Superior Court, that's in Boston. When we go to the legislature, that's in Boston. When we go to federal court, that's in Boston. Commissioner Roy also made reference to Matt's team as well. So I think that it may be in this interim period where we're thinking about how we are going to proceed. Perhaps this would be a fair compromise to allow the staff that currently do utilize Boston, at least for this intervening period. And then we look at things, and maybe someone will come along and they'll want the entire space.
Commissioner Ray.
The remaining, I think it was 60-40. Was that what you were saying? For, yeah, okay. The majority of the space will be cubicles. Correct. That's so your team, just so you're aware, like the privacy that you enjoyed is not going to be
Well,
to them.
there are still offices in there. What Megan said is the office that wants office with windows. There are interior offices. There's also the conference rooms.
Okay.
And if there's at least 3 conference rooms. So there is possible, there's still preservation of privacy.
Okay.
There's 2 conference rooms plus the interview room.
Interview.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there is a place to close a door, and all 21 people are not coming in on the same day.
Okay.
If they did, be surprised, be nice, but it's not.
Are there any other Commissioner Stebbins?
Yeah, I just so we can obviously wrap this up and give business operation manager some direction and fully support allowing her to move ahead with subletting, working with DCAM to sublet that premium office space that we have available right now. Giving her that direction, and I think obviously speaking to interests we have about needing space in Boston. They at least want to allow her to get started on that piece of it, because it sounds like there's an interested party and we don't want to lose this opportunity to save ourselves some money.
We have 2 interested parties right now.
I'll give you the.
We have 2 interested parties to split the office, potentially the whole 100%.
Commissioner Stebbins, I'll give you the official language if you want to offer the motion, and I thank you because we are. I know
Yes,
it's a time. So, Commissioner Stebbins. Do we have a motion to reduce the commission's Boston office lease square footage and direct commission staff to take all actions necessary to effectuate the commission's vote and discussion?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy.
Second.
There's a second. Okay. I will now call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. We're unanimous, 4 in favor, none opposed. Megan, thank you so much. Go forth and conquer.
Can I just to close this out? I want to thank you for all for your kind comments, and thank all of my colleagues for 4 years of great work.
She's muted. She's muted.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, but just to say, I wanted to thank everybody for their kind comments. To all the teams that I've worked with, and I came to this commission in part because it is a body that lives its values. And as any person who lives their values knows, that's a struggle. Values aren't easy to live up to. And this is a commission that has very high internal standards for what we want to look like as a commission. And it also has high aspirations for what we want the cannabis industry to look like in Massachusetts, but also nationwide. And so I'm so proud to have been part of that team, to have done what I could do. And I have learned so much from being challenged by my peers, by my partners, by my work teams to live my values. And so thank you to everybody here. I'm sorry to go because on the one hand, I feel like I'm hitting flow, like you guys just voted to make a major change, and, you know, and watching the regulations go and seeing two sets of commissioners get to do that has been a privilege. At the same time, I feel very confident in my team, especially in Megan, and in the other parts of the operations, the administrative, HR, finance, all those teams, IT, because of how they've grown, how they have come together, and how we approach customer service, where we're really internal customer service agents. And that has also been a privilege to be part of getting my colleagues up and running. And so I just wanted to take the public's time to say thank you to this commission for having me, and to my colleagues for making me a better person, and to all of my teammates for being part of advancing a really important mission. And it's something I've told my team recently, with all kind of the salaciousness or all the just kind of crap that comes up sometimes in the press. Like right now, someone in Massachusetts is buying marijuana and somebody is selling that marijuana and they're not getting arrested. And somebody's treating their child. And that's because of us. And I'm just really thankful for that. So thank you to everyone. And I will be watching from afar and cheering everybody on. So again, thank you. And thank you for the moment of comment.
Of course.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. I don't even want to say it.
Need a moment.
And let you go on to the activities report, which bears proof to all of it I just said.
Man.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm gonna go.
You are phenomenal.
Thank
You are phenomenal. And it has been amazing working alongside you. And I told you already, I will bother you.
Please do. Please do. Yeah.
All
Thank you. All right, thanks, guys. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, Alyssa.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you so much. It's been an honor and a privilege. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And good luck in your new journey.
Same here, Alyssa. Thank you so much for being my guiding light these last 6 weeks. You were awesome. Thank you.
Okay. How do you follow that up? Okay.
That's why I'm running away.
The next and last item on the commission discussion and vote agenda is the 6th annual activities report. And this will be presented by our Director of Government Affairs and Policy, Matt Giancola.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good to see you again. The annual activities report is a legislatively mandated report of the Commission's major activities from the past year. Every Commission department participated in the development of this report, and I'd like to thank them all for their contributions. Generally, the data found in this report is from the previous fiscal year, approximately July 2022 to July 2023. If this meets with your approval, a motion authorizing staff to disseminate the report to the legislature and executive branch officials will be conducted at once. And if you're so inclined, I'd be happy to share motion language with you as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Director Giancola, are you going to present the actual report itself? No.
That should be in your materials.
Okay, I just
Sorry.
didn't know
Sorry,
if you were going to. Okay.
And it certainly will be released publicly as well on our website.
That's fine. So do you mind providing the motion language, please?
Sure. So for your consideration, a motion to approve the 6th annual activities report and authorize staff to distribute the report to the legislature and appointing authorities.
Before I ask for that motion, are there any questions or comments on the activities report?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner.
Thank you. And I did read the report in its entirety, and it was explained to me that each department chipped in to provide their part, which was great. It's highly informative. I took lots of notes. I just wonder if content could be added. I know we talked about the public awareness and the lack of funding and what we did creatively in spite of the lack of funding. We have evergreen content, but just around the vote that we took in January around the driver's ed curriculum, that's part of public awareness. I don't know if that could be added in some area.
Director Giancola.
It certainly could. I'm curious if the commission would feel it appropriate if the items could be added and then shared with the legislature, subject to sort of a quick review, or if you would prefer it to come back before a public meeting in November. I should also say the legislative mandate does have a bit of a time limit, so we are sort of up against the clock to some degree, but certainly some limited additions we could certainly accomplish.
So Commissioner Roy, for clarity, you would like to add for around the public awareness, the option to utilize that for the, just say it again.
Yeah, no, well, I think it would be nested under there unless it's appropriate to nest it under somewhere else. But talk about the endorsement of the OUI curriculum in January, and I think it would fall under public awareness. So, but you know, again, leave it up to you and other folks here at the commission. But just was hoping that could be incorporated, and we were first in the nation, and then since then, dozens of states have expressed interest, and other states have already passed laws as us as the model. So just wondering if we could put that in there somewhere.
Okay. I'm not opposed to that, but are there any, Commissioner Stebbins?
Yeah, no, I think it would be a nice addition. I also had the chance to read through the entire report. I think it really reflects well the work of this commission, the work of the team over the last year, some of the innovative things that we've done, you know, and kudos to you, Chair, because you were part of that, the new approach to governmental affairs outreach, policy outreach. But I'm comfortable with staff so that they wouldn't have to bring the activities report if they wanted to include a section on that and then go ahead and approve the distribution.
Okay. Commissioner Camargo, are you okay with that as well? I see a nod.
Absolutely.
Like, for consensus.
Yeah, absolutely. And I also just want to say thank you. I loved it. It's well written and gives the public the and the legislators insight on all the work that we've done here. So I definitely agree with Commissioner Stebbins and Roy in terms of adding that as well, adding the curriculum as well. That's a great idea. And I don't think we need to see it. I think you guys put it in there and send it on its way. And just thank you. There's definitely an upgrade on the report. More color, more pictures.
Yes.
Just, designed very well to be, captivating to the eye. It makes you want to read the whole thing. So just thank you so much. Nice job.
All credit to the digital and creative services team for that.
Director Giancola, with that amendment from Commissioner Roy, I wonder, should that be incorporated into the motion language?
Yes, you could add, subject to the edits as described by Commissioner Roy.
Okay, so do you mind stating for the record again the motion language?
Sure thing. Motion to approve the 6th annual activities report, subject to the revisions and edits as suggested by Commissioner Roy, and authorize staff to distribute the report to the legislature and appointing authorities.
Commissioner Roy, do you mind moving the motion?
I will gladly move the motion. Thank you.
Commissioner Stebbins, is there a second?
Second.
Right. I'll call the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye, 4 in favor and none opposed. The motion carries. And I believe that. Oh, that's right. I have a whole new list of things. Wait a minute. All right. So, seeing as there's no unanticipated, there's no new business or unanticipated business. The next meeting that we have is on Monday, October 16th, and we'll continue the conversation on delivery. We will also have an update on social consumption, and there is another topic in terms of an interim executive director. So that is all on our agenda for Monday's conversation. After that, we have the November 9th meeting, which is also the date of our promulgation. And we'll have a conversation about the acting chair position as well, November 9th. And then last in December 14th is
the other noted meeting. There might be other meetings here that are just not noticed yet, because I know we've gone into a routine of having 2 meetings per month. So depending on some of the items that need to be discussed, and I think micro businesses needs to
Yes,
be
thank you.
noticed.
Great.
Okay.
Question.
Yes.
Is Monday virtual?
Monday is virtual.
Okay. And then we did get an email from Kevin Gilnack about not the entire meeting packet. And we are working, Paul, right? It's awesome. Okay, so we hear you, Kevin, and we heard other people, and I just want to address that, and thank you, Paul. It is up there, and we do strive for that. So thank you, and thank you, Kevin, for that email. I appreciate that as well.
And the November 9th will also be a virtual meeting. Just so you all know.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So, but there's a possibility of another meeting in November, depending on what we need to also discuss. So with that being said.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Stebbins.
First of all, thank you. Looking forward to the meeting on Monday. I think we definitely need to add some additional policy meetings, as you suggest. We do have 3 COVID period expiring
Yes.
guidelines that we need to address and decide whether we want to take action on those or not.
Yeah.
So those might either be for November 9th, I might suggest, or a second meeting in November, but just to kind of put those on our agenda.
Thank you,
Commissioner.
So micro businesses, when do you think that 9th is appropriate?
We can talk it through, but I
Okay.
was thinking the 9th, yes.
Awesome.
Like, is that
Yeah.
Okay.
Awesome.
Madam
Okay.
Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Camargo.
Commissioner Stebbins, I wrote a little note to myself while we were in this meeting about those 3 extensions that we have for December 31st. And I was going to go a step further and just ask, how do we get those on the agenda, and or what is needed to have that conversation, and or do commissioners want to take on those 3 topics and bring them up and kind of work with the team? So those are my thoughts, but I made a note to myself to ask today as well. So, I mean, and we could talk about it on Monday, but it's October, December around the corner. So.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. Obviously, you know, the chair is empowered to set the agenda. I think it'd be helpful for us as a team to think about talking with staff, maybe at the meeting on November 9th. We may decide not to extend some of these. I think we've had some good discussion in past meetings about where we might fall with respect to those 3 provisions. But Commissioner Camargo, to your point, just putting them on the agenda, talking about them, understanding that those COVID period allowances are going to expire at the end of the year. We definitely need to take steps to move them forward. Have a good conversation with legal about this. Obviously, I think we're also feeling some interest in working on some other timely regulatory changes, and that certainly involves a conversation with our legal staff as well in government affairs and policy.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Any other closing thoughts? The one thing I will say, I feel like this is fitting. I don't know if this is appearing on your screens, but our Chief Operating Officer is still on screen, even though she's no longer in the room. So
she froze.
I think that just shows that we don't want her to leave, but so okay. With that being said,
she memorialized.
I know. I don't even want to close it out.
I know.
Seriously, there.
Screenshot it, snip it.
Commissioner Camargo.
Yes, Chair.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Because Alyssa may not be able to move on the frozen screen, but I think we all should take a moment before we adjourn if we have words that we want to say about Alyssa. And maybe we don't have enough time, but I, for one, truly enjoyed the opportunity to work with her. Incredible professional, incredibly dedicated to this industry, incredibly dedicated to this team. Sorry to be losing her. You know, we all know she's a transplant. I think she adopted very well to Massachusetts. We're sorry to see her go back to the swamp. I mean, Washington. But yeah, we truly wish her the best and know that she'll probably be watching our meetings in the future. So Alyssa, thank you for all your good work.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as I opened this morning, I have great admiration for Alyssa, to have a woman in the leadership team here and as for Adriana as well. This is going to leave two big holes here, not only in our hearts, but in the commission, in our day-to-day operations. And I know she gave her heart and soul to an incredible, impeccable work ethic. And I just want to thank Alyssa for her service here, for all that she gave the commission and the people of Massachusetts. And I just wish her all the best in her new endeavor.
Commissioner Margot.
Alyssa, I kind of already said my piece a little earlier, but I just want to say thank you for being a mentor and a coach to people on your team and people at this agency. When I got here almost 2.5-3 years ago, I talked about transition plans. I talked about succession planning and that everyone should have one and everyone should think about it. And I know that you have been training your team and your staff to step up and to be empowered and to make decisions without you. And even though you're leaving, we're sad to see you go, but I feel confident that your team is going to be able to do the work without you here because you spent that time to mentor and coach them. So thank you, kudos to you, and we'll see you soon, I'm sure.
I've talked to Alyssa a few times now, well, more than a few times in recent weeks, just because she's so prepared and she wants to make sure that we were left in a really good position. It has been, it's just been really a privilege to be able to, I'm staring at the still screen on it, to work with our chief operating officer and to learn from her. She is someone who is incredibly knowledgeable. And I think that it's evident when you have a conversation with her and her next journey, they're lucky to have her. So I just wish her the best of luck, and I will miss her really, her ability to dissect things and be very direct in terms of best steps forward. She was always added value to any conversation that she was in, and I'm sure there's a lot of staff here who do a lot and who contribute meaningfully to the mission and the direction of the Cannabis Control Commission. And she is a prime example of when I talk about the staff here being unlike any other, she is phenomenal. So I wish you all the best of luck on your next journey. And like I said, I will be bothering you. So, and in the professional capacity, I will say goodbye, but Ava will be bothering you. So with that being said, I don't know who I got.
To adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. Anyone wants to offer it?
So
moved. Second.
No.
Third.
Okay. Moved by Roy, seconded by Stebbins. Now I will do a call of the roll. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. 4 in favor, none opposed. We are adjourned. We'll see each other again on Monday. All right. Bye, everyone.
Bye. Thank you, everybody.